Sir, very happy morning to all. So we are moving into the CA final workbook, part number 1. In that we are having selected 50 questions. In that, valuation rules is the first chapter. We will be doing 3 questions from the valuation rules. So 1 by 3 is the target. Mr. S supplied goods X to Mr. R for a consideration of 5 lakh exclusive taxes. அப்போ எஸ்ங்கிற ஆள் ஆறுங்கிற பர்சனுக்கு குட்ஸ் சப்ளை பண்ணியிருக்காங்க 5 lakh rupeesக்கு, அதுக்குள்ள டாக்ஸ் இல்லை. மிஸ்டர் ஆர் ஆல்சோ கேவ் சம் மெட்டீரியல் டு மிஸ்டர் எஸ் as consideration for such supply whose value was 20,000 excluding tax. To perform this job, sir, 20,000 rupees raw material has been supplied by R to S. Mr. S has supplied the same goods to another person at a price of 5,71,200, including GST at a percentage, 12%. Determine the value of supply is a question. So they have given the open market value, including taxes. Sir, we are having various valuation rules are there. Valuation rule number 27. What is rule 27? Consideration not wholly in money. Here consideration is not wholly in money. As per section 15, sir, we have to satisfy SRS condition. There should be supply of goods or services or both. Such supply should be to an unrelated person and price should be the here price is not the sole consideration. Some raw material also supplied by the recipient to the supplier. So, sir, we can't accept transaction value as assessable value. So 5 lakh rupees is not the assessable value. We have to move into the valuation rules. Valuation rule number 27 is the appropriate valuation rule. In rule number 27, step number 1 is open market value. So I am reading the provisions of rule number 27. As per rule 27 of the CGST rules, where the supply of goods or services is for a consideration, not in money, wholly in money, value of supply shall be in the market value, open market value of such supply. If the open market value is not available, sum total of consideration in money and any such further amount in money as is equivalent to the consideration not in money if such amount is known at the time of supply. That means consideration in money plus consideration not in money. If the value of supply is not determined under clause A or clause B, value of supply of goods or services or both of like kind and quality. That means rule number 27 is saying that if price is not the sole consideration, step number 1, market value. Step number 2, consideration in money and consideration not in money. Step number 3, value of like kind and quality. Now the question arises, what do you mean by open market value? Open market value of any supply of goods or services or both means full value in money, excluding, that is very important man, excluding integrated tax, central tax, state tax, union territory tax, cess and cess payable by a person in a transaction. So in this question, they have given 5,71,200 including GST at 12%. As per the definition of market value, open market value, we have to exclude the GST. Where supplier and recipient of supply are not related, price is the sole consideration to obtain such supply at the same time when the supply being valued is made. That means SRS condition should be satisfied. There should be supply of goods or services or both. Such supply should be to an and price should be the sole consideration. So this is the definition of market value. So determination of value of taxable supply in different circumstances, value of taxable supply shall be market value. The open market value shall be determined as under. What is the price charged from independent recipient? 5,71,200. That includes GST. GST of how much? So divided by 112 into 12 comes to 61,200. So tell me, what is the open market value of goods under consideration is? Thus the value of taxable supply shall be 5,10,000. இப்போ பாருங்க, how much is the consideration actually collected? 5 lakhs. What is the material supplied by the recipient? 20,000. If you add 20,000 to that 5 lakh, you will get 5,20,000. Correct? Like that comparison and all you should not do. Sir, அந்த ரூட்ல போனா 5,20,000 வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை வருது, ஆனா ஓப்பன் மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ 5,10,000 தான் வருது. இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. சார், ஸ்டெப் நம்பர் 1 இஸ் என்ன மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ? If the open market value is available, you can adopt open market value as the end of supply, value of supply. No need to take, sir, profit, loss, higher, lower. இதெல்லாம் நம்ம பார்க்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. I'm going to the second part of the question. Sir, what would be your answer if the price of 5,71,200 is not available at the time of supply of goods to Mr. R? That means step number 1 is not applicable. That is end market value not available. If open market value is not available, then consideration in money plus consideration not in money. What is the consideration in money? 5 lakhs. What is the consideration not in money? 20,000. Then 5,20,000 will be the end of supply. So if the open market value is not available, then value of taxable supply shall be determined as under consideration in money 5 lakh, value of non-monetary consideration, value of goods known at the time of supply 20,000. Total value of supply is 5,20,000. So by leaving step number 1, I come to step number 2. Correct? What is the third part of the question? Sir, what would be your answer if in the above case, if the open market value of supply also not available, but at the time of supply of goods by Mr. Yes, identical goods have been supplied at a value of rupees 5,25,000 excluding taxes. What is step number 1? Open market value. What is step number 2? Consideration and money in consideration. If that is also not available, we have to move into step number 3. What is step number 3? So like, kind and quality has been given. How much? 5,20,000. Case number 3. In such case, value of supply shall be value of supply of goods of like, kind and quality, that is 5,25,000 will be the value of supply of goods under consideration. That's it with regard to question number 1. So question number 1 basically teaches the basics of rule number 27. Rule number 27 is value of supply for consideration not wholly in money. It's a step approach. Step number 1, open market value. Step number 2, consideration in money, consideration. What is step number 3? Value of like, kind and quality. What is step number 4? Rule 30, cost-based valuation. What is rule 31? Best judgment method. I'm moving to question number 2 out of our 3 question. Question number 2 by 3 is a target. Good question actually. Sir, J Textile transfer stock of 15,000 meters of cloth costing how much lakh? 15 lakh, requiring further process before sale from Bellary in Karnataka to its Bhilwara branch in Rajasthan. அப்போ ஒன்று கர்நாடகாவில் இருக்கு, இன்னொன்று ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருக்கு. ரெண்டு ஸ்டேட்ல இருக்கா இல்ல ஒரே ஸ்டேட்ல இருக்கா? வேற வேற ஸ்டேட்ல இருக்கு. That means as per section 25 subsection 4, both the parties should be treated as distinct person. Correct? Even though ரெண்டு பேரும் ஒரே ஆள் வச்சிருந்தா கூட, in the eyes of GST, it should be treated as distinct person. Correct தானே? Sir, even though there is no consideration, movement of stock from one branch to another or head office to branch will be covered under schedule 1, because first one, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been awarded. Supply between related or distinct person in the course or furtherance of business. This is a supply between related or distinct person in the course or furtherance of what? Sir, J Textile transfer stock of 15,000 meters of cloth costing 15 lakh, requiring further processing before sale from Bellary in Karnataka to Bhilwara branch in Rajasthan. அப்ப கர்நாடகால இருந்து எங்க காமிச்சிருக்காங்க? ராஜஸ்தானுக்கு காமிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஓகே, the Bhilwara branch apart from processing its own goods, அதாவது ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருக்கிற பில்வாரா பிரான்ச் அவங்களோட குட்ஸை ப்ராசஸ் பண்றது இல்லாம engage in processing of similar goods by other person who supply the same variety of goods and thereafter sells these processed goods to the யாருக்கு? wholesalers. அப்ப ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருக்கிறவங்க ஓன் என்ன சார் மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்றதையும் ப்ராசஸ் பண்றாங்க, அவுட்சைடர்ஸ்காகவும் ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணி தராங்க. There are no other factories in the neighboring area which are engaged in the same business as that of its என்ன யூனிட்? ராஜஸ்தான் யூனிட். இந்த ராஜஸ்தான் யூனிட் பண்ற மாதிரி வேற யாருமே அந்த ஜாபை பண்றது இல்ல. ரைட். Goods of the same kind and quality are supplied in lots of 15,000 meters each time by another manufacturer located in Rajasthan. The price of such goods is 14 lakh. This is a brilliant concept question, understanding question, fantastic question according to me, because this question teach you what is the real sense of valuation rules. Okay, for that the facts of the question you should understand very properly. Sir, J Textiles 15000 மீட்டரோட கிளாத் அதோட காஸ்ட் எவ்வளவு வந்துச்சு? 15 lakhs. எதுக்காக? ஃபர்தர் ப்ராசஸிங்காக பெல்லாரி இன் கர்நாடகால இருந்து பில்வாரா இன் ராஜஸ்தான் காமிச்சு வச்சாங்களா? போத் ஆர் ரிலேட்டட் பர்சன், போத் ஆர் டிஸ்டிங்க்ட் பர்சன். ஹென்ஸ் என்ன சார், as per section 25 subsection 4 and as per schedule 1 கன்சிடரேஷன் இல்லாம அம்சா கூட அது டீம்டு சப்ளை தான். So I have to route to rule number 27. இப்போ consideration not wholly in money ஆனா I have to route to rule number 28. எப்போ consideration if the supply is between related or distinct person other than agent, because for agent rule number 29 is applicable. Rule number 29 is applicable. There is a distinction in the act for agent and other than agent. Other than agent is covered under rule number 28. Agent is covered under rule number 29. Generally 99.99%. Still that 0.1% gap is there. Generally, if I am selling this calculator as calculator and if this calculator is selling as calculator, then such a person is called as agent. He will receive the goods, he will sell the goods. Are you really with me? But sir, rule number 28, supply between related or distinct person other than agent. This 28 further processing will happen. This further processing will not happen with yaar kuda? Agent kuda. Adanaala rule number 28, 29. When you question padichena, J Textile transfers stock of 15,000 meter of cloth costing 15 lakh require further processing before sale. That means I am sending the stock to my yarku department, agent, branch, sir, for enna processing. So they will do the further processing and they will sell. Generally agent enna panna maatanga, further process panna maatanga, as such விப்பாங்க. என்ன சொல்லுங்க? as such அப்படியே வாங்குவாங்க, அப்படியே விப்பாங்க. ஏன்னா அவங்க நம்மளுக்கு மட்டும் ஏஜெண்டா இருக்க மாட்டாங்க, நிறைய பேரோட ஏஜெண்டா இருப்பாங்க. அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றீங்களா? So இங்க கண்டிப்பா both these guys are fall under 25 subsection 4. So 25 subsection 4 ல டிக் விழுது. 25 subsection 4 ல டிக் விழுந்துச்சுனா சார் they are related or distinct person. இங்க consideration கண்டிப்பா இருக்காது. Then we have to move to rule number 28. Rule number 28 என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா step number 1 is என்ன market value. அதுக்காக தான் இந்த லைனை क्वेश्चनல கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. There are no other factories in the neighbor area which are engaged in the same business as that of its Rajasthan unit. இந்த ராஜஸ்தான் யூனிட் பண்ற வேலை வேற யாரும் பண்றது இல்ல. ஒத்துக்கிறீங்களா? அப்படினா என்ன மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ கிடையாது. அது இங்கிலீஷ்ல சொல்லி இருக்காங்க, வேற எதுவும் இல்ல. ஓபன் மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ கிடையாது. அப்ப ஓபன் மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ கிடையாதுனா சார் we have to move into the next one. What is the next one? எப்படி இருந்தாலும் கன்சிடரேஷன் இன் மணி, கன்சிடரேஷன் நாட் இன் மணி பாயிண்ட் வராது. ஏன்னா இவங்களுக்கு இடையில என்னவே இருக்காது. So that point will be deleted. Yes or no? What is the next one? Value of like, kind and quality. தான் இங்க பாருங்க, goods are same kind and quality are supplied in lot of எத்தனை மீட்டர் 15. நம்ம எவ்வளவு அமைச்சிருக்கோம் 15,000. அவங்க எவ்வளவு அமைச்சிருக்காங்க each time by another manufacturer located in Rajasthan. So அதோட காஸ்ட் எவ்வளோ, price of such goods is. அப்ப இங்க என்ன மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ இல்ல, ஓபன் மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ இல்ல. அடுத்த ஸ்டெப் என்ன, வேல்யூ ஆஃப் லைக் கைண்ட் அண்ட் குவாலிட்டி. ஆர் யூ ரெடி வித் மீ? நம்ம எங்கிருந்து எங்கே அனுப்புறோம், பில்வாரா இன் கர்நாடகால இருந்து, சாரி பெல்லாரி இன் கர்நாடகால இருந்து பில்வாரா இன் ராஜஸ்தானுக்கு அனுப்புறோம், ரைட்டா சார்? லைக் கைண்ட் அண்ட் குவாலிட்டி ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருந்து ராஜஸ்தானுக்கு போகுது. ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருந்து ராஜஸ்தானுக்கு போகுதுன்னா டிரான்ஸ்போர்டேஷன் காஸ்ட் இல்லை. ஏன்னா பெல்லாரியின் கர்நாடகாவோட டிரான்ஸ்போர்டேஷன் காஸ்டும் ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருந்து ராஜஸ்தானுக்கான டிரான்ஸ்போர்டேஷன் காஸ்டும் என்னவா இருக்காது, சேமா. அதனால இத லைக் கைண்ட் அண்ட் குவாலிட்டின்னு எடுக்க கூடாது. தட் இஸ் a definition of like kind and quality. அதை ஹைலைட் பண்றதுக்கான क्वेश्चन தான் இந்த क्वेश्चन. அப்ப ஸ்டெப் நம்பர் 1 ஓபன் மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ இல்ல, ஸ்டெப் நம்பர் 2 லைக் கைண்ட் அண்ட் குவாலிட்டி இல்ல, ஸ்டெப் நம்பர் 3 அதுக்கு தான் இங்க காஸ்டிங் 15 lakhs னு பிராக்கெட்ல கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. அப்ப காஸ்டிங் 15 lakhs 110% of the cost of production which comes to 16,50,000. ஏன்னா 15 lakhs ஓட 110 னா 10% 1.5 லட்சம் ரூபாய், 15 லட்சத்துல 1.5 லட்சம் ஆட் பண்ணேனா 16,50,000. Shall I move into the answer? Now you will be having a very good understanding regarding like, kind and quality. As per section 25 subsection 4 of the CGST Act, a person who has obtained more than one registration, whether in one state or union territory, or more than one state or union territory, shall, in respect of each such registration, be treated as a person for the purpose of NSR this Act. As per the provisions of section 7, read with para 2 of N1, schedule 1, transfer of goods between two registered units of N person having N pan will be treated as supply even if the transfer is made without consideration. As such person will be treated as distinct person under the N law. இதுவரைக்கும் நம்மளோட basic registration chapter 25 subsection 4. I believe that you are able to follow what I am saying. The value of supply would be N market value. If this value cannot be determined, value shall be the value of goods of dash dash and dash. In this case, although goods of like, kind and quality are same, may not be accepted as the like goods since they are supplied by another manufacturer located in India, whose transportation costs are lower and thus less expensive in comparison to goods under consideration which were supplied from Karnataka. Therefore, the value of supply would be taken at 110% of the cost, which comes to 16,50,000, which is 110% of 15 lakh. I hope that you are having a fantastic and outstanding idea of first question taught us what is the definition of open market value. Second question taught us what is the definition of like, kind and quality. I am moving into the third question in our basics of valuation rules. So 3/3 is the target. Home Appliances Limited, Faridabad, has 15 agents located across the state of Haryana except Faridabad. ஏன்னா ஃபரீதாபாத்ல தான் ஹெட் ஆஃபீஸ் இருக்கு, அங்கே ஏஜென்ட் தேவையில்லை, அவங்களே குட்ஸை சப்ளை பண்ணுறாங்க. அது இல்லாமல் 15 ஏஜென்ட் ஹரியானால அக்ராஸ் வச்சிருக்காங்க. The stock of vacuum cleaner is dispatched on JIT basis. We know that there are two types of JIT are there, JIT in production and JIT in purchase. Right, sir. So, dispatched on JIT basis from Home Appliances Limited to the location of the agent based on the receipt of order from various dealers on a fortnightly basis. What do you mean by fortnightly basis? 14 days, 2 weeks. 2 weeks basis. Fortnightly means என்ன சார் 14 nights, கரெக்டா? 2 weeks பேசிக்கா. அப்போ எந்த டீலர் நம்ம கிட்ட ஸ்டாக் கேட்குறாங்களோ சார் அந்த டீலரோட என்ன சார் ரிக்குவயர்மெண்ட் நம்ம சப்ளை பண்ணுவோம், கேட்டாதான் சப்ளை பண்ணுவோம். ஓகேவா? Home Appliances Limited is also engaged in wholesale supply of vacuum cleaner in Faridabad. An agent places an order for dispatch of 20 vacuum cleaners on 10/12/2022. Home Appliances had sold 20 vacuum cleaners to a retailer in Kochi on 8/12/2022. 4 rupees how much? The agent effect the sales of the 20 units of dealer who could effect the sales on MRP basis of how much per unit? 7,000 per unit. So what this question is all about, I will tell you. What is rule number 27? Consideration not wholly in money. It's a step approach. Step number 1, open market value. What is step number 2? What is step number 3? What is step number 4? Rule number 30, cost based valuation. What is step number 5? Best judgment method. I'm moving into 28. What is NSR valuation rules? Rule number 28. Supply between related or distinct person other than agent. Supply between related or distinct person other than agent. It's a 3-step approach. Step number 1, open market value. Step number 2, value of like, kind and quality. What is step number 3? Cost based valuation. What is step number 4? Best judgment method. I am coming to the next one, sir. 29. This question is based on 29. It's a 3-step approach. 3-step approach. Step number 1, open market value or 90% of the price charged by the recipient to his unrelated customer of like, kind and quality. Number 2, cost based valuation. Number 3, best judgment method. These are the 3 rules of rule number 29. இப்போ இந்த கொஸ்டினை நம்ம அனலைஸ் பண்ணோம்னா, ஹோம் அப்ளையன்சஸ் லிமிடெட்னு ஒரு கம்பெனி இருக்கா? எங்க இருக்காங்க? ஃபரீதாபாத். அவங்க எத்தனை ஏஜென்ட் வச்சிருக்காங்க? 15 ஏஜென்ட் வச்சிருக்காங்க. கரெக்டா? அப்ப ஏஜென்ட் ஸ்டாக் கேட்டாங்கன்னா சார் கொடுத்துருவாங்களா? சப்ளை ஆஃப் குட்ஸ் பிட்வீன் பிரின்சிபல் அண்ட் ஏஜென்ட் is a deemed supply as per schedule 1. Correct? Part 3. Correct. So for that you have to root rule number 29. அப்போ இங்க கன்சிடரேஷனே இருக்காது. யாருக்கு அனுப்பும்போது பிரின்சிபல் ஏஜென்ட்க்கு அனுப்பும். என்ன இல்லைனா கூட அது என்னதான்? deemed supply தான். For that, what is the value of supply is answered by rule number 29. Yes sir. Step number 1, என்ன மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ? அதுக்காக தான் क्वेश्चनல சொல்றாங்க Home Appliances Limited is also engaged in wholesale supply of vacuum cleaner in Faridabad. அப்ப இவங்களும் சப்ளை பண்றாங்களா? அப்ப ஏஜென்ட்க்கு இல்லாம வேற யாருக்காவது சப்ளை பண்ணா you will get the open market value. An agent places an order for dispatch of எத்தனை vacuum cleaner on 10/12/2022. Home Appliances Limited has sold 20 vacuum cleaners to a retailer in Cochin. Sir, this Cochin person, sir, is not a agent because அவங்க 15 agent located across the state of எங்க? Kochi is not in Haryana. Kochi is in Kerala. So this value will give you என்ன market value? 4 rupees how much? 1,30,000. அப்போ பிரின்சிபல் யாருன்னே தெரியாதவங்களுக்கு ரீசன்ட் டைம்ல 20 vacuum cleaner 1,30,000 ரூபாய்க்கு வித்திருக்காங்க. That is one choice or one option. எவ்வளவு rupees? 1,30,000. This is என்ன market value? Open market value. Enjoy பண்றியா? Or sir, the agent effect the sales of 20 units of dealer. Who would affect the sales on MRP basis of எத்தனை யூனிட்ஸ்? அப்ப பிரின்சிபல் ஏஜென்ட் காமிச்சு வைக்கிறாங்களா? ஏஜென்ட் அது ஒரு அன்ரிலேட்டட் கஸ்டமருக்கு விக்கிறாங்களா? அது எவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ் விக்கிறாங்க? அப்ப 7,000 into 20 come show. அதோட எத்தனை பர்சன்ட்? 90%. come show. 1,20,000. Whichever is more beneficial can be taken. Always whichever is lower is 1 lakh. How much rupees? You can adopt 1,26,000 as value of supply as per rule number. The law deems these supply between principal and agent to the suppliers to be supplies for the purpose of GST. Therefore, transfer of goods by யாரு? Principal. ANM Appliance Limited to its agent for him to effect sales on behalf of principal would be deemed to be a supply although made without consideration. The value would be either the ANM market value or 90% of ANM charge by the recipient. Recipient யாரு? Agent. To the intended supply to its யாருக்கு? Customer at the option of the. அப்போ அது சப்ளையரோட பிரின்சிபலோட ஆப்ஷன். ஐதர் என்ன மார்க்கெட் வேல்யூ எடுத்துங்க, இல்லைன்னா 90% ஆஃப் த பிரைஸ் சார்ஜ்டு பை த ரெசிபியன்ட் டு இஸ் அன்ரிலேட்டட் கஸ்டமர். கரெக்டா? பிகாஸ் ஜெனரலா பிரின்சிபல் ஏஜென்ட் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப்ல 10% கமிஷன் இருக்கும். 10% கமிஷன் ஜெனரலா, அதை விட அதிகம் இருக்கலாம், கம்மியா. Act is saying that 90% of the value, that means 10% they are treating as commission. 90% of the value charged by the recipient to his unrelated customer. Correct liya? Sir, rule number 29 la sir as such தான் விப்பாங்க. யாரு? Agent. ஒத்துக்கிறீங்களா? Rule number 28 ல related or distinct person as such விக்கணும்னு என்ன இல்ல, அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க? In case rule number 28 ல related or distinct personum எதுல வித்தாங்கன்னா அங்கேயும் 90% அப்ளை பண்ணலாம்னு ரூல் நம்பர் 28 ல ப்ரொவிஷன் இருக்கு. நீங்க ப்ரொவிஷன் புக்ல செக் பண்ணிக்கங்க. ரூல் நம்பர் 28 ல நான் அண்டர்லைன் பண்ணி கொடுத்திருக்கேன். எஸ் சார். சோ open market value or 90% of the price charged by recipient of the intended supply to his customers at the option of the supplier. Thus the value of supply by Home Appliances Limited to its agent would be either 1,30,000 or 1,26,000 based on the option chosen by the Home Appliances Limited. With this we are through with rule number 27, rule number 28, rule number 29. 3 rules we have done. That is 3 questions out of 50 questions has been completed. In the coming slot, we will be continuing with the valuation rules of rule number 32. Have a very good read and come back for the next one. Very, very, very happy morning to all. We are doing valuation rules, rule number 32. In this slot, we will be doing 9 questions from valuation rule. So 1 by 9 is the target. Mrs. Money Express Limited Jaipur is an authorized money changer registered under FEMA 1999. It enters into following transaction of money changing. Sold $10,000 at $1 purchased €1,000 at €1.70. Purchased 1000 GBP at 1 GBP 99. Sold 50,000 units of currency ABC at 1 ABC 15. Sold $9,680 for 6,800 GBP. RBI reference rate for various currencies at the relevant time. $1 how much? 70. €1 71. 1 GBP 100. You are required to calculate value of taxable supply of service and tax thereon if all charges are exclusive of GST. Applicable GST rate is 18%. That means, my dear lovable students, money exchange agent is the first person. Correct? We are having 2 methods. Method number 1, RBI method. Method number 2, Paka? RBI method. Sir, RBI reference rate is available. RBI reference rate is not available. Both the currencies are not in Indian currency. If RBI reference rate is available, 1% of INR kadayadu. The difference between the buying rate and the selling rate. If RBI reference rate is not available, 1% of INR. If both the currencies are not in Indian currency, convert both into Indian currency. Choose whichever is lower, 1% of the loan. Apo, you are required to calculate the value of taxable supply. Sir, first one, US dollar RBI reference rate 17 கொடுத்திருக்காங்களா? First transaction sold என்னவா? 10,000 US dollar. கரெக்டா? 10,000 US dollar வித்திருக்காங்க. What is the calculation? Selling rate minus RBI reference rate. கரெக்டா? Selling rate minus RBI reference rate na, sir, எவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ்க்கு சேல் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 71. 71. What is the RBI reference rate? 70. அப்ப 71 minus 70 means what is the difference? 1 into எத்தனை டாலர்? 10,000. So the value of supply is 10,000. Appreciate பண்றீங்களா? Next one, sir, purchase of 1,000 euro at 1 euro 70. What is the euro rate reference rate by RBI? So 71 minus 70. 1 into 1,000. So the value of supply is 1,000. Next one, what is the next transaction? Purchase 1,000 GBP at 1 GBP. 99. But what is RBI? 100. What is the gap? 1. 1 into 1,000. 1,000 is the end of supply. Value of supply. Next one, sold 50,000 units of currency ABC. At 1 ABC is how much? 15. Is the ABC oda RBI reference rate available? Not available. Appo 50,000 into 15 comes to 7 lakh into 1% because 1% of INR comes to 7,500. Sir, sold 9680 US dollar for 6,800 GBP. Both the currencies are in foreign currency, correct? அப்ப சொல்லுங்க 9680 into conversion rate 70. What is the mathematical answer? 9680 into 70 comes to 6,77,000. What is the second calculation, man? Sir, 6,800 into what is the GBP? 100 comes to 6 lakh. Whichever is lower, 6,77,600 into 1%, 6,776. Correct? So if you add all, you will get the value of supply as total value of supply 26,276. அதுக்கு மேல 9% CGST, 9% SGST, total GST payable comes to 4,730. Are you all really with me? My dear lovable students. Sir, money exchange agent, two methods are there. Number one, RBI method. Number two, value method. RBI method, if RBI reference rate is available, this question gives you an example. If RBI reference rate is not available, 1% of INR. If both the currencies are not in Indian currency, convert both into Indian currency. Choose whichever is lower and 1% of INR. Now logically think பண்ணுங்க. Sold 10,000 US dollar at 1 US dollar how much? 71. RBI என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா ஒரு டாலருக்கு 70 rupees தான் இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுது. நீங்க எவ்வளவு வித்திருக்கீங்க? So there is a profit of 1. That's what your value of supply is all about. Purchased, sir, நீங்க எவ்வளவு purchase பண்ணிருக்கீங்க? 70. ஆனா RBI சொல்லுது 71 கொடுத்தாதான் அந்த பொருள் purchase பண்ண முடியும். அப்ப 71க்கு கிடைக்கிற பொருளை நீங்க எவ்வளவு purchase பண்ணிருக்கீங்க? There is a profit of, that is the value of supply. Sir, purchased GBP, sir, நீங்க எவ்வளவு purchase பண்ணிருக்கீங்க? But RBI சொல்லுது ஒரு யூனிட்டுக்கு எவ்வளவு தரணும்னு? 100. So what is your profit? That is the value of supply. ஒத்துக்கற? Sir, sold 50,000 units of currency ABC at NSR 1 ABC is 15. Here the RBI reference rate is not. So we can't find out the profit. So 1% of the Indian currency will be treated as the value of supply. If both the currencies are not in Indian currency, I can't apply rule number 2. So I am converting both the currency into, choose whichever is lower, 1% of the lower. So automatically I come to the NSR rule number 2. So tell me, sir, NM method, RBI method, RBI reference rate available, RBI reference rate not available. Both the currencies are not in Indian. RBI reference rate available na buying rate minus selling rate or selling rate minus buying rate, as the case may be. If RBI reference rate is not available, 1% of INR. If both the currencies are not in Indian currency, convert both into Indian currency, choose whichever is lower, 1% of lower. Shall I move into the next method? What's the next method? Value method. Up to how much lakh? 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh, up to 10 lakh. More than 10 lakh. Correct? Up to 1 lakh, my dear lovable students, either etana percentage? 1% or 250, whichever is higher. Correct? More than 1 lakh, up to 10 lakh. What is the fixed portion? 1000 plus 0.5% in excess of 1 lakh. There is no higher lower there, because you should NSR remember sign. Then third part, 5,500 plus 0.1% in excess of 10 lakh or 60,000, whichever is lower. Are you able to remember or recall? I am moving from that area one question to make you understand the N exchange agent. Illustration number 5. Mrs. MNO Limited Delhi is an authorized money changer registered under FEMA. It has entered the following transaction of supply of money changing. 600 transaction of conversion of dollar into Indian rupee, 20,000 per transaction. This is less than 1 lakh. ஒரு டிரான்சாக்ஷனுக்கு 20,000 ரூபாய். அப்போ transaction value up to 1 lakh. Then what is the rule? Either 1% of the transaction value. So 20,000 or 1%. 200 or 250, whichever is higher. So 250 rupees per transaction is the value of supply. அப்படி எத்தனை transaction நடந்திருக்கு? அப்ப 250 into 600 na 1,50,000 is the value of supply for the first transaction. Clarity? Moving to the next one. 500 transaction of conversion of dollar into என்ன rupee? Indian rupee. Of எத்தனை per transaction? அப்ப up to 1 lakh, either 1% of the transaction value or 250, whichever is higher. அப்போ 1 lakh ஓட 1%, 1000 or 250, whichever is higher na, 1000 into எவ்வளோ transaction? 1000 into 500 comes to 5 lakh is the value of supply. Clarity? I am moving to the next one. 200 transaction of conversion of என்ன rupee? Indian rupee into dollar of எத்தனை lakhs per transaction? அப்போ ஒரு transaction 5 lakhs, 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய். ஒரு transaction 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய்னா up to 1 lakh எவ்வளவு வருது? 1000. That is a statutory limit இல்லையா? Plus how much percent in excess of 1 lakh? 0.5. That is 4 lakhs க்கு 0.5 யா? So 4 lakhs into 0.5% comes to 2,000. So total 3,000. இதுல lower higher ஏதாவது இருக்கா? No sir. அப்ப ஒரு டிரான்சாக்ஷனுக்கு 3,000 value of supply. அப்ப 3,000 into 200 transaction comes to 6 lakhs is the value of supply. Are you able to appreciate? Next one. எவ்வளவு transaction of conversion of euro into Indian rupee of எத்தனை lakhs per transaction? அதாடி 500 lakhs இல்லையா? up to 1 lakhs வரைக்கும் எவ்வளவு? 1000. Super. Plus sir, more than 1 lakh up to 10 lakh. What is the gap? 9 lakh. 9 lakhs ஓட எத்தனை percent? 0.5% comes to 4,500. அதனால தான் டோட்டலா நம்ம 5,500 னு சொல்றோம். எது வரைக்கும்? 10 lakhs வரைக்கும். சார் 10 lakhsக்கு மேல எத்தனை percent? 0.1%. இங்க 500 lakhs na 490 lakhs is more than 10 lakhs. கரெக்ட்டா? அப்ப 490 lakhs into 0.1% comes to 49,000 or 60,000, whichever is lower. Correct? ஆனா சார் அந்த எக்ஸ்ட்ரா எவ்வளவு rupees? 49,000 இது ரெண்டையும் சேர்த்து எவ்வளவு வருது? 54,500 or 60,000, whichever is lower. எது lower? அப்போ ஒரு டிரான்சாக்ஷனுக்கு 54,000 வேல்யூ, 54,500 வேல்யூ சப்ளையா இன்டு அப்படி எவ்வளவு டிரான்சாக்ஷன்? 100 டிரான்சாக்ஷனா? அப்ப 54,500 into 100 na 54 lakh 50,000 is the value of supply. Are you able to place exactly what we are discussing? 300 transaction of conversion of dollar into euro of 100 lakhs per transaction. ஒரு transaction எவ்வளவு lakh? 100 lakhs. You tell me 100 lakhs means up to 1 lakh? Statute limit 1000. Sir, plus sir gap of 9 lakh. 9 lakh oda 0.5%? 4,500. Up to 10 lakh? 5,500. Above 10 lakh means 90 lakh. 90 lakhs oda 0.1% comes to 9,000. 5,500 plus 9,000 or 60,000, whichever is lower, comes to 14,000. அப்போ ஒரு டிரான்சாக்ஷனுக்கு 14,500 into 300 comes to 43 lakh 50,000 is the value of supply. Clarity? If you add everything, you will get the total value of supply as 1 crore 10 lakh 50,000. அதுக்கு மேல CGST 9%, 9 lakh 94,500, SGST 9%, 9 lakh 94,500, total GST payable 19 lakh 89,000. Comfortable? So by doing two questions, I have covered two methods of N exchange agent. Number one, RBI method. Number two, value method. RBI method, where the RBI reference rate available, RBI reference rate not available, both the currencies are not in Indian currency. Sir, with regard to the value method, up to 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh, up to 10 lakh, more than 10 lakhs. If it is up to 1 lakh, 1% of the transaction value or 250, whichever is, sir, there it is 1,000 plus 0.5% in excess of up to 10 lakh. Sir, more than 10 lakhs na 5,500 plus 0.1% in excess of or 60,000, whichever is. I believe that you are able to get the flow in sir, valuation rule, rule number 32 with regard to. I am coming to illustration number 6. Mrs. Airline Associates has sold ticket for transportation of passenger to Singapore. Is this domestic booking or international booking? International booking means and other foreign country during the month of Janu. The total amount charged is 30 lakh on the flight, 100 ticket, of which 10 lakh is towards inner taxes, passenger taxes. As per section 15, value of supply includes all taxes other than GST. Adinale, even this 10 lakh should also form part of value of supply. Determine the value of taxable supply of services of Mrs. Airline Associates and tax thereon. If applicable rate of GST is 18%. Amount are exclusive of taxes. You tell me, sir, what is the total amount charged? 30 lakhs. This 30 lakhs include what? 10 lakhs of passenger taxes. So 30 lakh minus 10 lakh comes to, is the basic fare? Is the basic fare? Hello sir, you have to calculate the 10% on basic fare, 5% on basic fare. So for that purpose, I have to remove that 10 lakhs. Are you really with me? So basic fare is rupees 30 lakh minus government taxes 10 lakh comes to how much lakh? 20 lakh. இது என்ன புக்கிங்கிறதுனால value of taxable supply as rule 32 sub rule 3 is 10% of the NFR basic fare. That comes to a lakh, 2 lakhs, 20 lakhs or 10%, 2 lakh. அதுக்கு மேல CGST 9%, அதுக்கு மேல SGST 9%, total GST payable is 36,000. So air travel agent classified into how many category? 2 category. Number 1, domestic booking, international. Domestic booking na 5% of the basic fare. International booking na 10% of the. I'm moving into question number 7 is the target. Shall we? Mrs. Kamal Associates has sold ticket for transportation of passenger from various domestic flight. Hello sir. Enna booking? During the month of Janu, the total amount charged is 90 lakhs on the flight, 500 ticket, of which 10 lakhs is towards என்ன taxes? So what is the basic fare? 80 lakhs. On that apply எத்தனை percent? Determine the value of taxable supply of service and GST payable thereon if the rate of GST is 18%. Amount are exclusive of என்ன and என்ன CGST and SGST. So this is a relevant computation, my dear lovable students. Basic fare 90 lakhs minus government tax 10 lakhs comes to 10 lakh. Value of taxable supply as per rule 32 sub rule 3 at 5% of basic fare comes to 10 lakh. So CGST at 9%, sir, 36,000. SGST at 9%, 36,000. Total GST payable is 72,000. Clarity. So with this we have done with the agent, air travel agent. So air travel agent classified how many category? 2 category. Number 1, domestic booking, international booking. Domestic booking na 5% of the basic fare. International booking na I'm done with, sir, actually, sir, money exchange agent we have done. Yeah. Money exchange agent, how many methods are there? 2 methods are there. RBI method, value method. Then next one, air travel agent. Sir, 2 methods are there, 2 bookings are there. Domestic booking. I'm moving into the life insurance business. Sir, rule 32 sub rule 4 because life LIFE 4 vartha appo 32 sub rule 4 air AIR 3 vartha, so 32 sub rule 3. All right, fantastic to the core. There is sir, money, that's a primary important component, so 32 sub rule 1 and 2. I'm coming to illustration number 8. LIC of India Life Insurance Corporation provides you the following information for month of January. You are required to compute value of taxable supply of service under rule 32 sub rule 4 of the determination of valuation rules. General policy, that means this is not SAP. What is SAP? Single annuity premium. Or this is not only risk cover or life micro insurance policy where insured amount does not exceed 2 lakh. This point I would have highlighted in the exemption chapter. I told many times only this will be asked in examination. Up to 2 lakh is exempted. Yes or no? Variable insurance policies. General insurance policies. General insurance policies. Total premium collected how much lakh? 12,000 lakhs. Out of which first year premium is 5,000 lakh. Is there any difference?
Yes, sir.
First year premium na 25% of the premium. Sir, subsequent years na 12.5%. You should understand one thing, it is not second year, it is subsequent years. Even for all the third year, fourth year, it is 7%. Single premium annuity policy, how much percent? 10%. 10% of the NSR SAP. Only risk cover policy 100%. Because risk cover na investment illa. Risk cover na investment illa. Investment illa na 100% is NSR value. Life micro insurance policy where insured amount does not exceed how much lakh? 2 lakh. It is exempt from GST. It is there in the exemption. Hello sir. Variable insurance policy, premium collected how much lakh? 8,000 lakh. 80% of the amount is allocated for investment on behalf of any holder, policy holder, for which policy holder is given separate breakup in the premium receipt. Appo total 8,000 lakhs collect பண்றாங்களா? 8,000 lakhs order எத்தனை percent? 80%. 6,400 அப்ப 8,000 ல இருந்து 6,400 போச்சுனா, so 1,600 is liable to GST. அப்ப இங்க வாங்களே, டோட்டலா எவ்வளவு lakhs premium நான் உங்ககிட்ட இருந்து கலெக்ட் பண்றேன்? 8,000 lakhs. அதுல எவ்வளவு நான் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்றேன்? அப்ப 6,400 if I am investing means an insurance company as per IRDA should be invested in the shares and securities. Shares and securities are excluded from the definition of both goods and services. அப்படினா அதுக்கு என்னவே வரக்கூடாது? GST. That's why we are reducing the investment part when you are calculating the taxable value. You got how much? 1,600. This 1,600 is for investment other than investment. Other than investment means only risk cover. That's why here it is taking 100%. Because that only risk cover, there is no component of investment. Hello sir, if investment is there, we are removing the investment. If investment is not there, 100% is service. 100% is service means 100% is value of supply. Are you ready with me? Now we have to just apply the percentage, my dear lovable students. Computation of, value of taxable supply of services. Shall we? Yes, sir. General policy, first year, 5,000 lakhs ke kitna percent? 25%. Subsequent year, that is policy issued in any years? Earlier years. Munadi varsham na, evlo percentage? 12.5%. Single premium annuity policy, etna percent? Only risk cover policy. Since the entire premium is for enna cover, the option under 32 sub rule 4 is not available. You can't take presumptive taxation rate எதுவுமே apply பண்ண முடியாது. 25%, 12.5%, இல்லனா வந்து என்ன 10%, இந்த மாதிரி percent எடுக்க முடியாது. You have to offer 100% as value of supply. No other way. Sir, life micro insurance policy is exempted. You can refer our exemption. I have highlighted many times when I am reading that Janashri Bima Yojana or Amatmi Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Jandan Yojana, Vailavanda Yojana. Sir, in that last point is life micro insurance policy where the amount does not exceed 2 lakh. Because the logic of that exemption is a person who are taking or insuring the health for how much lakh? 2 lakh. Means obviously that person may be a rural person like me who don't have much money. So what government is saying that if you levy GST, sir, that will be a burden for that guy. And this any insurance business, life insurance business is a blocked credit under 17 subsection 5 also. You can't take ITC. So the rural people or the people don't have money will not be able to take the life insurance premium because of the GST burden. They said that it is enough from GST. Variable insurance policy, gross amount are allocated toward investment. So 8,000 out of that 1,600 is fully taxable. That means 100% because this is like NSR only cover risk. Yes or no? So logically total taxable value is 4,310. So we are doing, my dear lovable students, the rule number 32 valuation rule. One of the important rule for examination. Because it covers various people. Number one, money exchange agent with the RBI method, money exchange agent with the value method. Then air travel agent with the domestic booking with international booking. Okay. Next one, insurance agent with varieties of first year policy, previous year policy, or only cover risk, or with investment, or single annuity policies, or where life micro insurance policies does not exceed value of. I am moving into dealer of hand goods, second hand goods, second hand goods. Hand na kai anju verla irukonu sir, enna sir, second hand goods, 32 sub rule 5. Right. We are having illustration number 9. Good question, fantastic question. Mr. Rohan is engaged in buying and selling of second hand cars in Jaipur. During the month of December, he supplied a used car after some processing at rupees how much lakh? 6 lakh. So what is the sale price? 6 lakh rupai ki second hand car vitrukar, which he purchased from customer at how much rupees? 5,40,000. And very important point, no ITC has been availed on such purchase. That means no ITC has been availed na. Sir, you can adopt margin method. Margin method. Margin method is what? Selling price minus purchase price. Adukku solra per margin method. And the margin, profit. Unnula raja. RBI reference rate minus buying rate. அதே தான் இங்கேயும் அங்கேயும் நீ ப்ராஃபிட் தான் கால்குலேட் பண்ற, அங்கேயும் நீ மார்ஜின் தான் பார்த்த, ₹1 ப்ராஃபிட் பார்த்த, அதே தான் இங்கேயும் பார்க்க. Compute value of என்ன supply? Taxable supply. Sir, that's the first question. What would be your answer if the purchase price of the used car is how much? 6,20,000. Sir, if the margin is negative, you have to ignore. That's a rule. You have to what? That's what, sir, as per rule 32 sub rule 5 of CGST rules, where a taxable supply is provided by a person dealing in buying and selling of in-hand goods, that is used goods as such or after such minor processing which does not change the nature of the goods, and where no ITC has been availed on purchase of such goods, value of supply shall be difference between the selling price and the end price. Computation of value of taxable supply of second hand car. Sale price of the car is at a lakh, 6 lakh. Less purchase price of the used car, 5,40,000. So what is the value of taxable supply? Sir, in case number 2, as per rule 32 sub rule 5 of the inner rules, value of supply of second hand goods shall be the difference between selling price and purchase price, and value of such supply is negative, it shall be ignored. Therefore, value of supply of second hand car is 6 lakh minus 6,20,000, that is nil. With that, we are through with illustration number 9. I am moving into illustration number 10. Actually, according to me, very important illustration which will teach you a good brilliant concept of this. I am moving into purchase value of repossessed goods. Another? Good computation, good question, may repeated in examination. Mr. X purchased a motor car on 1st October 2022 for rupees 20 lakh. 80% of the purchase price of car was financed by Easy Finance Limited. So, appo evlo lakhs motor car oda value 20 lakh. 20 lakhs into etana percent? 80% comes to 16 lakhs you have taken loan. The loan was repayable in 60 monthly installments. Up 16 lakhs divided by 60, it comes to 26,667. Okay, let it be. Beginning with 1/11/2022. 11 in the month November. In October, car vaangirukka. Mr. X defaulted in repayment of loan, and Easy Finance Limited repossessed the car on 15/5/2023. Due kattala adanal car repossess panni eduthu poitaanga. Eppona 15/5. The car was disposed on 10/12/2023 for 15,50,000. Idu disposed on na yaar dispose pannirpa? Finance. அப்ப ஈஸி ஃபினான்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க? முதல்ல ஒரு கார் வாங்கி ஹையர் பர்ச்சேஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஹையர் பர்ச்சேஸ் டியூ கரெக்டா கட்டாததுனால அதை ரீப்ரோசஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. ரீப்ரோசஸ் பண்ணி சார் அது இன்னொருத்தருக்கு, that means Easy Finance Limited become a second hand dealer. அதான் லிங்க். So they fall under 32 sub rule 5. Are you really with me? Determine the value of taxable supply as per rule 32 sub rule 5 of the CGST rules. As per rule 32 sub rule 5 of CGST rules, purchase value of goods repossessed from a borrower who is not registered for the recovery of loan or debt shall be deemed to be the purchase price of such goods by the defaulting borrower, reduced by 5% point for every quarter or part thereof between the dash of purchase and the date of disposal by the person making such a repossession. Onnolla raja, selling price minus purchase price rupiya. What is the definition of purchase price is what this question is all about. ஏன்னா இவங்க எவ்வளவு lakhs கார் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க? 20 lakhs கார் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. கரெக்டா? அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன ஆயிருக்குன்னா கொஞ்ச நாள் தாண்டி போயிருக்கு. கொஞ்ச நாள் தாண்டி போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் ரீப்ரோசஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அப்ப கண்டிப்பா டெப்ரிசியேஷன் வந்திருக்கும். அந்த டெப்ரிசியேஷனை மைனஸ் பண்றதுக்காக தான் 5% per quarter or part of the quarter. Are you really with me? அப்ப இங்க வாங்க, working note பாருங்க. This working note plays a major important role in this question. What is the original purchase price of the car? What is the date of purchase of car? 1/10/2022. அப்ப 1/10க்கு தான் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. What is the date when repossessed car is sold? 10/12/2023. கரெக்ட்டா? அப்ப 1/10/2022 னா இங்க வாயே, ஏப்ரல் மே ஜூன் விட்டுரு, ஜூலை ஆகஸ்ட் செப்டம்பர் விட்டுரு சார், அக்டோபர் நவம்பர் டிசம்பர், third quarter become the first quarter, fourth quarter become the second quarter. கரெக்ட்டா? எப்பதான் வித்திருக்காங்கன்னா 10, 12, 2023 அப்படின்னா first quarter become the third quarter. Correcta? April, May, June. Then July, August, September. Second quarter become the fourth quarter. And sir, third quarter become the fifth quarter. அப்ப total how many quarter? Car purchase பண்ணி 5 quarter. என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா கையில வச்சிருக்காங்க. அப்ப 5 into 5% 25% you can reduce from the original cost of the asset. The balance how much percent? 75% மட்டும் நீ என்ன பண்ணா போதுன்னா purchase price calculate பண்ணா போதும். That means எத்தனை lakh? 20 lakh into எத்தனை percent? 75% comes to எத்தனை lakh? அப்ப 15 lakhs ஓட காரை தான் 15 lakhs 50,000 rupees க்கு வித்திருக்கீங்க. So value of taxable supply is 50,000. பக்கா. The highlight of this question is, my dear lovable students, the highlight of this question is you have to calculate the depreciation from the date of purchase of the car and not the date of repossession of the car. ஏன்னா depreciation எந்த நாள்ல இருந்தே வரும்? பர்ச்சேஸ்ல இருந்து வரும். எதுல இருந்து கிடையாது? ரீபொசஷன்ல இருந்து கிடையாது. அப்ப ரீபொசஷன்ல இருந்து போடக்கூடாது, எதுல இருந்தே போடணும். This is first highlight. Number 2, you have to provide the depreciation not on 16 lakh but on 20 lakh. ஒரிஜினல் காஸ்ட்டுக்கு தான் டெப்ரிசியேஷனே தவிர நீங்க எவ்வளவு லோன் கொடுத்துருக்கீங்களோ அது கிடையாது டெப்ரிசியேஷன். அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றீங்களா? அப்ப இங்க பாரு, purchase price of the car is 20 lakh and a questionல total loan எத்தனை percent? 80%. 80% தான் லோன் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அப்ப அதுக்கு கிடையாது நம்ம டெப்ரிசியேஷன் போடுறது. டெப்ரிசியேஷன் நம்ம போடுறது ஒரிஜினல் காஸ்ட். அப்ப ஒரிஜினல் காஸ்ட் ஃபுல் வேல்யூல டெப்ரிசியேஷன் போடுங்க, ஃபுல் டைமுக்கு டெப்ரிசியேஷன் போடுங்க. கிளாரிட்டி? That's it with regard to NSR question number 10. So as per section 292 of the CGST Act, quarter shall mean a period comprising எத்தனை month? 3 months consecutive calendar months ending on the last day of the March, June, September and December of a year calendar year. Even a part will also be treated as quarter. I am moving into the voucher 32 subsection 6. இப்போ வவுச்சர்ல வேல்யூ எழுதியிருப்பாங்க இல்லையா? ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஏதாவது ஒரு வவுச்சர் உனக்கு தர்றாங்க 150 rupees அப்படின்னு வேல்யூ எழுதியிருக்கு. வாட் இஸ் த வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை இஸ் ஒன் கொஸ்டின். ஓகேவா? 150 எழுதுனா 150 கரெக்டா? அப்படி திங்க் பண்ணக்கூடாது. அந்த வவுச்சர் கொடுத்தா எவ்வளவு ருபீஸோட குட்ஸ் ரெடீம் ஆகுமோ அதுதான் அதோட வேல்யூ. பாருங்க, மிஸ்டர் அண்ட் மிஸ்ஸஸ் தோனி பர்ச்சேஸ்ட் 5 gift voucher for 1000 each from Raymond's and give them as return gift to children and their parents on their son's birthday. Determine the value of supply. ரொம்ப சிம்பிள். ஒரு voucher எவ்வளோ? 1000. எத்தனை voucher? 5 voucher. 1000 into 5. As per provisions of rule 32 sub rule 6 of the CGST rule, value of supply would be money value of goods redeemable against the voucher. Thus, in case of voucher from Raymond's, the value would be 5,000. That is 1000 into 5. Clarity? Yes. EC Coupons Limited sell coupons that are redeemable against specified cosmetic product at retail outlet. Each coupon having a face value of how much? 1,005. But is redeemable for supply worth rupees how much? 1,007. What is the value of supply of such coupon under the NL law, GST law? அப்ப வவுச்சர்ல எவ்வளவு எழுதி இருக்கு? ஆனா எவ்வளவு rupees வரைக்கும் redeem பண்ணிக்கலாம்? So what is the value of supply? As per provisions of rule 32 sub rule 6 of the CGST rule relating to valuation, value of a coupon is the money value of goods redeemable against it. Therefore, though the coupon is sold for, its value is 1,750. With this, we are through with first 12 questions out of 50 question. With this, valuation rules comes to an end. So very happy morning to all. So we are moving into the next block of discussion called as ITC, my dear lovable students. We all know that section 16 is the basic section for ITC. Section 17 apportionment and blocked credit. Section 18 ITC in special cases. Section 19 ITC and job work provision. Section 20 input service distributor. Section 21 manner of recovery of excess. From this section 19, sir, we are going to do two sums which are very relevant for our examination. I will summarize what are the provisions of section 19 before we move into the sum. There will be two people will be there. One is called as principal, another is called as job worker. Principal can send goods to the job worker without payment of tax. Without payment of tax. That is, principal can move the goods from the premises of the principal to the job worker without payment of tax. அப்ப டாக்ஸே வேணான்னு சொல்றாங்க. இது வெரி ரேர் சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல தான் டாக்ஸ் வேணான்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அப்போ எல்லாருக்குமே ரொம்ப பிடிச்ச செக்ஷன், அதனால தான் ஐ லவ் யூ 143. Section 143 talks that goods can be sent by the principal to the job worker without payment of tax. Okay? So, இதோட ITC implications தான் section 19 வச்சிருக்காங்க. ITC implication section 19 என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா, principal can take ITC. Principal can take ITC whether the goods has been received to the premises of the principal then sent to the inner worker, job worker, or directly it has been sent to the job worker. And that job worker has to return the inputs to the principal within a period of 1 year or 2 years. 1 year or 2 years in case of inputs. In case of inputs, either 1 year or 2 years. That means 1 year is the general basic time limit. If you are taking permission, sir, you will get additional time limit of 1 more year. By that way, it will become how much year? So if a principal is sending goods to the job worker, and job worker after completion of job work, if he is returning back the goods to the principal within 2 years, including the extended time limit, then it will not be treated as deemed supply. It will not be treated as deemed supply. And in case of capital goods, sir, once a capital goods has been sent by the principal to the job worker, it has to be sent back by the job worker to the principal within a period of 3 years. And by extension, you will get additional 2 more years. So ultimately, how many years? 5 years. It cannot go beyond 5 years because GST Act itself, the basic assumption is useful life of capital goods is 5 years. That's why the extension is limited to how many years? And this provision will not be applicable to scrap, molds, dies, jigs, fixtures, etc. Even though it has not been returned back within stipulated time period, it will not be treated as deemed supply as per section 143. These are the basics. With this background, I am moving into illustration number 13. 2 questions will be solved in this slot. So 1 by 2 is the target. PP Limited sends goods to JB & Co. for making finished goods on 30/7/2022. What are the tax implication in the following cases if GST at 18% is levied? JB & Co. send the goods back to PP Limited within 1 year of being sent. That means this will not be treated as என்ன supply? Deemed supply treat பண்ண வேண்டிய. Principal job worker அனுப்பும்போது tax கட்ட வேண்டிய. ஜாப் ஒர்க்கர் பிரின்சிபலுக்கு திருப்பி அனுப்பும்போது டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய. பிரின்சிபலுக்கு என்னவும் எடுத்துக்கலாம் as per section 19. JB & Co. sells the goods directly to the customer on behalf of PP Limited. That is also allowed by section 143. இப்போ பிரின்சிபல் will send to யாருக்கு? ஜாப் ஒர்க்கர். Sir, job worker after completion of any work, job work, he can directly sell to the general public. That is also allowed under the act. திருப்பி அந்த goods எங்க வரணும்னு கட்டாயம் இல்லை. Make suitable assumptions as required. So first question is basic question of 143 read with section 19. As per section 143, I love you. Why I love you? No need to pay the tax. Of the act, supply of goods to a job worker without payment of tax is permissible upon intimation. That means if I am a principal, I have to intimate to the proper officer that this many goods with this much value, with this description, with this prescription, I am sending to my job worker. அப்படினா நீங்க என்ன தேவையில்லைனா டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய. In the given example, implications are as follows. On supply of goods to யாருக்கு? JB and Co. As per section 143 of the Act, no tax shall be payable on supply of goods to JB and Co. However, the tax will be payable if the finished goods is not returned before either how much year or how much year. That is if the extension of further period of 1 year has been obtained from the commissioner from 30/7/2022. So this is a recent amendment. Earlier it is only for how much year? 1 year. From 30/7/2022, sir, if you are getting the permission from the commissioner, you can extend for 1 more year. This amendment actually they brought with, sir, in certain practical cases it is not practicable to get back within how much year. For example, COVID happened. What was the scenario? Sir, there is no movement of goods at all. Or like that something is happening, it is not mandatory that goods should be returned back within. So you cannot extend by yourself. You have to get the permission from the commissioner. So commissioner will know why it is not possible to get back. So if he is satisfied, then only he will extend to etna more year. So I am answering the question. Actually, this one question will be able to recall the entire provisions of the chapter in a sir job work. 143 read with section 90. JB and Co sent finished goods back to PP Limited. As per the Act, there is no tax liability on returning of goods back to the யாருக்கு? Principal. அப்போ principal job worker அனுப்பும் போதும் tax கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. job worker வேலையை முடிச்சு principalக்கு திருப்பி அனுப்பும் போதும் பேசிக்கா என்ன இல்லை. அதனால we love that situation. That's why 143 I love you. That is PP Limited within a period of 2 years. That is 1 year plus extended period of 1 year. Hence, post completion of job work, no tax is leviable on finished NSR goods returned to Yark. Sir, JB and Co sells the finished goods on behalf of NL Limited. Section 143 also allows the NL worker to directly sell the goods on behalf of principal, wherein the liability to pay tax is of principal and not the NL worker. அந்த சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல அந்த சேலுக்கு சப்ளைக்கு டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டியது யாரு? பிரின்சிபல். யார் கிடையாது? job worker கிடையாது. So PP Limited is liable to pay GST on sale of fixed and finished goods to customer by JB and Co. In case இந்த கட்ட வேண்டிய டாக்ஸை யார் கட்டலேனா? பிரின்சிபல் கட்டலேனா, then the principal, sir, principal கட்டிதான் ஆகும். Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Otherwise the recovery proceedings will be happen, sir, in the hands of the principal. நம்ம 86ல recovery proceedingsல என்ன படிச்சிருக்கோம்னா principal and agent are jointly and severally liable. இது agent கிடையாது. இது என்ன வர்க்கம்? அப்போ அந்த கேஸ்ல ultimate responsibility யாருக்கு மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு? principalக்கு மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு. However, PP Limited must declare the premises of JB and Co as an additional place of business. அதாவது நான் registration எடுக்கும்போது principal place of business principalோட இடம், ஒரு ஜாப் ஒர்க்கரோட இடத்தையும் அடிஷனல் பிளேஸ் ஆஃப் பிசினஸா டிக்ளேர் பண்ணாதான் 143 ஓட பெனிஃபிட்டை என்ஜாய் பண்ண முடியும். ஏன்னா அவர் வேற ஆள் கிடையாது. அவரும் என்னோட என்ன சார் கோடவுன் தான், என்னோட பார்ட் தான், என்னோட பார்ட் அண்ட் பார்சல் ஆஃப் த பிசினஸ் தான். அண்ட் சேல் ஆஃப் ஃபினிஷ்ட் குட்ஸ் வில் ஃபார்ம் பார்ட் ஆஃப் அக்ரிகேட் டர்ன் ஓவர் ஆஃப் என்ன லிமிடெட்? பிபி லிமிடெட். யாரு பிபி லிமிடெட்? பிரின்சிபல். We have already discussed the definition of aggregate turnover. Sir, always if the goods has been sold by the worker, job worker, that will be added to the aggregate turnover of the principal. Whereas if the goods are sold by the agent, then it has to be even included in the turnover of the agent. Are you really with me? Such a declaration is not required. இப்படி additional place of declare பண்ண வேண்டிய என்ன இல்ல, அவசியம் இல்ல. Where job worker is registered under section என்ன 5? Already job worker 25 ல என்ன எடுத்திருக்காரு? registration எடுத்திருக்காரு, registration வெச்சிருக்காரு job worker. Then or principal is engaged in supply of என்ன goods? government சொன்ன notified goods principal அனுப்புறாருனா சார் நீ additional place of business நீ declare பண்ண வேண்டிய. So basically, one line summary of the entire discussion is, as per section 143 of the act, sir, principal can send goods to the job worker for the purpose of job work without payment of duty, without payment of tax. And it can be returned back by the job worker. For that purpose, the goods can be classified in two categories: inputs and capital goods. Inputs, original time period of 1 year plus extended time period of 1 year if you are able to get the permission from the commissioner. With regard to capital goods, original period of 3 years plus additional time period of 2 years if you are able to get the permission from the commissioner. Sir, then at the time of returning back goods by the job worker to the principal, then also it no need to payment of tax. Correct? Sir, and section 143 allows the job worker to sell the goods even from the premise of the dash itself. Job worker itself, at that NSR circumstance, principal is the person liable to pay tax. And in order to enjoy the entire provisions of 143, job worker has to, principal has to declare job worker price as additional place of business in his registration. This is not required if the job worker is already registered and the principal is dealing with the notified goods. This is the summary of 143. Now I am going to attach 143 with section 19, which is NSR ITC and job work provision. That's what question number 14. And this question number 14 is MTP May 2019. This may be tested in examination. It's a valid question for our exam and one of the brilliant question. Sudama Industries, registered in the state of Jammu Kashmir, manufacture plastic pipes for other supplies on என்ன work basis? Job work basis. அப்ப சுதாமா இண்டஸ்ட்ரி எங்க ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? ஜம்மு காஷ்மீர்ல ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அவங்க என்ன மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்றாங்க? பிளாஸ்டிக் பைப்ஸ். எதுக்காக? ஜாப் ஒர்க் பேசிஸ்ல சப்ளை பண்றதுக்காக. On 10/1/2023, Plasto manufacturers registered in the state of என்ன பிரதேஷ்? Sen Plastic worth rupees 8 lakh and molds worth rupees free of cost to Sudama Industries Limited to make என்ன pipes? Plastic pipes. அப்ப யார் அம்ச்சிருக்காங்க? Plasto manufacturers யாருக்கு? Sudama Industries-க்கு என்ன அம்ச்சிருக்காங்க? Plastics அம்ச்சிருக்காங்களா? Plastic pipe அம்ச்சிருக்காங்க. molds அம்ச்சிருக்காங்க. என்ன பண்றதுக்காக? Plastic pipes job work பண்றதுக்காக இல்லையா? இப்ப யார் job work பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கா? Sudama Industries Limited also used its own material. Oh my God, own material, a special type of lamination material for coating the pipes worth rupees 1 lakh in the end of the pipes. அப்ப நீ அம்ச்சு கொடுக்கிற குட்ஸ்ல மட்டும் நான் வேலை பண்ணல, நானும் என்ன வாங்கி வேலை செஞ்சிருக்கேன். Now we should know whether it is allowed as per section 143 or not. That's what the intention of this question. It raised an invoice for 2 lakh as என்ன charges? Job charges for making pipes and returned the manufactured pipe through challan to Plasto manufacturers on 20/10/2023. எப்ப அம்ச்சிருக்காங்க? 10/1 க்கு அம்ச்சிருக்காங்க. 20/10/2023. Is it within 1 year? Yes sir. It is within the stipulated time period of 1 year. Right? Sir, they charged in a charges, job charges. As per schedule 2 classification, job work is a supply of service. Job work is a supply of service. The same quality and quantity of plastic pipe as was made for Plasto manufacture were made by Sudama Industries from its own raw material and sold to solid pipe registered in Jammu and Kashmir for how much lakh? 7.5 lakhs on 20/10/2023. open market value கொடுத்திருக்காங்க confuse பண்றதுக்காக. நீ உடனே என்ன எடுப்ப? சார் both are related person. Rule number 27, consideration not wholly in money. Rule number 28, both are related or distinct person. Step number 1 is என்ன market value? Open market value. Like that and all you should not think. This is section 143. I love you. No tax is there. Correcta? சார் பிரின்சிபல் ஜாப் ஒர்க்கர் அனுப்பும் போது ஜாப் ஒர்க்கர் ஸ்டிப்புலேட்டட் டைம்ல திருப்பி அனுப்பிச்சார்னா டாக்ஸே கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. அப்படி இருக்கும்போது நீ வேல்யூவேஷன் ரூல்ஸுக்கு போக வேண்டிய. சார் எக்ஸாமின் த சினாரியோ and offer your views on the following issues with reference to the provisions relating to job work under the GST law. Look at this 4 question. This can be asked for 8 mark in examination. Is there any difference between manufacture of plastic pipe by Sudama Industries Limited for Plasto manufacturers and for solid pipes? Yes sir. Sir, என்ன சார் difference? Number one, first one is என்ன? They are doing job work. Second one, they have not done job work. They have own manufactured and they are a supplier. That is the difference. Ilya, we'll be coming one by one. As per section 2 subsection 68 of the CGST Act, job work means any treatment or process undertaken by a person on goods belonging to another in a person. And the expression job work shall be construed accordingly. அப்ப அடுத்தவங்களோட குட்ஸுக்கு மேல வேலை செய்யறதுக்கு சொல்றது தான் the registered person on whose goods input or capital goods job work is performed is called the யாரு. Thus the job worker is expected to work on the goods sent by the யாரு. எல்கேஜியில் ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்க. யாரு ஜாப் ஒர்க்கர், யாரு பிரின்சிபல், எந்த குட்ஸுக்கு மேல நீ வேலை செய்யணும். Therefore, when the goods are manufactured by யாரு, Sudama Industries Limited for என்ன manufacturers, it is job work as the manufacturing process is undertaken on input, that is plastic and molds supplied by the யாரு, that is plasto manufacturers. And when goods are manufactured for என்ன pipe, solid pipe, it is manufactured on own account as the pipes are manufactured from companies என்ன material. அப்போ ஒன்னு என்ன வர்க், ஜாப் வர்க், இன்னொன்னு ஓன் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் சப்ளை ஆஃப் சர்வீஸ், செகண்ட் ஒன் சப்ளை ஆஃப் குட்ஸ். கிளாரிட்டி? ஃபர்தர் மேனுஃபேக்சர் ஆன் ஜாப் வர்க் basis is a supply of service in terms of para 3 of schedule 2 of CGST Act, and manufacture of pipe on own account is a supply of goods. This is the difference between, sir, if the Sudama is manufacturing for plasto manufacturers and for solid pipes. Clear? I'm moving to the second part of the question. Whether Sudama Industries can use its own material even when it's manufacturing plastic pipes on job work basis. Actually, Act did not restrict anywhere that a job worker should not use his own material. For that, clarification has been given by CBIC by a circular. It has been clarified by circular number something that job worker, in addition to the goods received from the architect, can use his own goods for providing the service of any work. அப்போ உனக்கு அட்லீஸ்ட் ஏதாவது ஒரு குட்ஸ் பிரின்சிபல் கிட்ட இருந்து வரணும். அது இல்லாம நீ அடிஷனல் குட்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்றதுல என்ன இல்லை, பிரச்சனை இல்லை. ஆனா ஃபுல்லாவே உன்னோட என்ன மெட்டீரியலா இருந்தா, ரா மெட்டீரியலா இருந்தா அது பிரச்சனை தான். அது சப்ளை ஆஃப் சர்வீஸ் ஆவாது. I'm moving to the third question. Whether sending the plastic and molds to Sudama Industries Limited by plasto manufacturer is a supply? No. As per section 143, it will not be treated as supply. And taxable invoice need to be issued for the same? No. Taxable invoice என்ன சார் தேவையில்லை, இன்டிமேட் பண்ணா போதும். கரெக்டா இல்லையா? சலான் போட்டா போதும். கரெக்டா? 143 of the CGST Act provides that a registered principal may, without payment of tax, send inputs or capital goods to a job worker for any work. Subsequently, on completion of job work, principal shall either bring back the goods to his place of business or supply, including export, the same directly from the place of business or premise of the job worker within 1 year plus extended period of 1 year in case of input, or within 3 years plus extended period of 2 years in case of capital goods, except molds, dies, jigs, fixtures or tools. Thus, the provision relating to return of goods is not applicable in case of molds, dies, jigs, fixtures and tools. This is just the provision of 143. எல்லாமே உங்களால அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ண முடியும். If the time frame of 1 year plus extended period of 1 or 3 year plus extended period of 2 years for bringing back or further supplying the input or capital goods is not adhered to, activity of sending the goods for job work shall be deemed to be a supply by principal. எப்போ தெரியுமா? On the day when said inputs or capital goods were dashed by him. அப்போ எப்போ உண்மையிலே அம்சாரோ அன்னையில இருந்து என்ன சப்ளை ஆகும்? டீம்டு சப்ளை ஆகும். அப்போ நீ கரெக்டா 1 இயர்க்குள்ள இல்ல 3 இயர்க்குள்ள சார் நான் பேசுறது நார்மல் டைம் லிமிட்டை பத்தி. என்ன திருப்பி ஜாப் ஒர்க்கரோட ப்ரிமைஸ்ல இருந்து எடுத்துட்டு வந்துட்டேனா ஐ லவ் யூ. இன் கேஸ் எடுத்துட்டு வரலைனா ஐ ஹேட் யூ. I hate you from the day on which you said I love you. Are you already with me? Thus, essentially sending goods for job work is not a supply as such, but it acquires the character of supply only when the input or capital goods sent for any work are neither received back by the principal nor supplied further by principal from the place of business or premise of the job worker within the stipulated period of being sent out. Therefore, sending of plastic and molds by plasto manufacturers to Sudama Industries is not a supply as the manufactured pipes are received back within the stipulated time, and the provisions relating to return of goods are not applicable in case of molds. Clarity? Rule number 45, that's what talking about challan of CGST rules provide that input, semi-finished goods, capital goods being sent for any work shall be sent under the cover of challan issued by the principal. அப்ப invoice கொடுக்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்ல. 45 challan சொல்லுவாங்க. ரூல் 45 challan. ரூல் 45 ல சொன்ன challan ஜெனரேட் பண்ணிட்டு பிரின்சிபல் ஜாப் ஒர்க்கருக்கு அனுப்பலாம், ஜாப் ஒர்க்கர் பிரின்சிபலுக்கு அனுப்பலாம். Therefore, plasto manufacturer need not issue a tax invoice. அப்படின்னா சார் செக்ஷன் 31 ஃபாலோ பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. For sending the input to Sudama Industries, but should send the inputs under a cover of challan. This challan should be intimated to the commissioner that on this date goods are moved from my premises to the job worker premises. That's why in the chapter of e-way bill they are saying that it is mandatory to generate e-way bill if goods are moved from the premises of the principal to the job worker, because section 143 allows you to move the goods without payment of tax. So in order to enjoy that, sir, you have to generate e-way bill. That means once you generate e-way bill, record has been generated on this day, this much goods has been sent from the principal to the, and if it is not returned back within 1 year, you have to get the permission from the commissioner. If you are not NSR taking the permission, it is not I love you, it is I hate you from the day on which you said I love you. Yes or no? That's what the discussion is all about. I'm moving to the next part of the question. Whether Sudama Industries Limited should include the value of free of cost plastic supplied by plasto manufacturers in job work charges. அது job work charge include பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இருக்கா? அவங்க பண்ண அவங்களோட காஸ்ட் மட்டும் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணா போறோம் இல்லையா? எஸ் சார். சார், as per section 15, what is section 15? Any amount that supplier is liable to pay in relation to such supply but which has been incurred by the recipient of supply. Sir, recipient of supply not included in the price actually paid or payable for the goods or service or both is includable in the value of supply. That means any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier has to be included. Correct? Any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier has to be included. However, Sudama Industries should not include value of free of cost plastic supplied by plasto manufacturers in its inner charges. As Sudama Industries Limited is manufacturing the plastic pipe on inner work basis. The scope of supply of Sudama Industries is to manufacture inner pipe from the inner material supplied by yaar. Thus at no point of time was Sudama Industries, supplier of job work service, liable to pay for the inner material, raw material, and therefore value of therefore should not be included in its inner work charges, even though same has been incurred by plasto manufacturer, a recipient of inner work service, job work service. So what is the rule? What we have learnt in section 15? Any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier should be included in the value of supply. Inga principal is there and job work is there, job worker is there. Correct? So who is the service provider? Job worker. Who is the service recipient? Principal. Any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of supplier should be included in the value of supply. அதுக்கான exception தான் என்ன work? Job work. Because job workனாலே principal அனுப்புற goodsக்கு மேல என்ன செய்யறது? வேலை செய்யறது. அதை value of supply include பண்ண வேண்டிய job work chargesக்கு மட்டும்தான் GST வருமே தவிர அந்த இன்புட்டுக்கோ கேபிட்டல் குட்ஸுக்கோ GST வராது. Various places we are linking. By doing this two question, you will be thorough with section 143, you will be thorough with section 19. Are you ready with me? With this, we are through with sir ITC and in our provision. Job work provision. Sir, very happy morning to all. So we are doing 50 questions of CA final. In that we have done 14 questions. In this slot, I am going to do input service distributor. 2 questions are the target. So in that 1 by 2. I'll be consolidating what is input service distributor. It's like head office branch concept. All the invoice will be raised to the head office and head office will distribute the credit to the respective branches. There are rules for distribution. If a particular credit is relating to a particular branch, then that credit should be distributed to that branch only. If the particular credit is related to 2 branch, then it has to be distributed to the 2 branch based on the state turnover. If a particular credit is related to all the branch, then the credit has to be distributed to all the branch. And if you want to act as a input service distributor, you have to take compulsory registration under section 24 as input service distributor. This registration is not normal registration of GST payment. This is only for the purpose of distributing the credit. This is what section 24. With this background, I am reading question number 15. Like this question will come in examination, sometime the opening question itself. XYZ Limited, a registered supplier of goods having head office at Delhi. So head office எங்க இருக்கு? Delhi. Also registered as input service distributor. அவங்க என்னவாவும் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? ISD. Further, the following information for the month of July and ask you to distribute the credit to various unit. Sir, input service A. Input service A na AC mechanic பண்ணதா இருக்கலாம், இல்ல வந்து fan mechanic பண்ணதா இருக்கலாம். ஏதோ ஒரு service provide பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அதோட credit used exclusively in unit 3. இத அப்ப யாருக்கு மட்டும் distribute பண்ணுங்க? Input service B used in 1, 2, 3 யாருக்கெல்லாம் distribute பண்ணுங்க? 1, 2, 3. Sir, for input service C, unit used in unit 1, 2, 3, 4 எல்லாருக்கும் distribute பண்ணிருங்க based on. Sir, input service D used in unit 1. Input service D is available for employee on vacation during the month not under statutory obligation. It's a credit. அவங்களுக்கு blocked credit. யாருக்கு? Unit 1. So இது யாருக்கு மட்டும் distribute பண்ணிருங்க? Unit 1க்கு மட்டும் distribute பண்ணிருங்க. Total turnover of the unit for the year ended 31st March are as under. இது இப்ப எந்த மாசத்துக்கு distribute பண்ண போறீங்க? ஜூலைக்கு distribute பண்றீங்க. Last year ஓட turnover unit 1ல எவ்வளவு lakh? 25 lakh. Unit 2ல? Unit 3 not registered as exclusively engaged in supply of any goods. அப்ப section 23 ஓட benefit unit 3 எடுத்திருக்காங்க இல்லையா? எவ்வளவு lakh? 75 lakh. Unit 4 50 lakh. Total turnover comes to. All the units are operational during the year, current year. Unit 1 is located in Delhi. அப்ப head office எங்க இருக்காங்க? Delhi. அப்ப head office உம் Delhi, unit 1 உம் Delhi னா CGST ஆ போகும், SGST ஆ போகும், IGST ஆ போகும். Whereas unit 2, unit 3, unit 4 are located in Mumbai, Rajasthan, Gujarat respectively. அப்படின்னா சிஜிஎஸ்டி, எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி, ஐஜிஎஸ்டி எல்லாமே ஐஜிஎஸ்டியா தான் போகும். பிகாஸ் எல்லாமே இன்டர்ஸ்டேட் சப்ளையா இருக்கும். Compute credit attributable to each of the unit. Like this, a 10-mark question will be coming for examination for CA final. One of the hot area, expected area for examination. Computation of ITC to be distributed from the month of July to various unit as per rule 39 of the CGST rules. எப்படி நீங்க present பண்ணனும்னா total credit available யார்கிட்ட தெரியுமா? ISD கிட்ட, இன்புட் சர்வீஸ் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட்டர் கிட்ட இருக்கிற அவைலபிள் கிரெடிட்டை முதல்ல எழுதிக்கணும். தென் யூனிட் 1 கிரெடிட் டு பி டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட்டட் as CGST, SGST, IGST. அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றீங்களா? யூனிட் 2 க்கு என்னவா தான் போகும்? ஏனா HO எங்க இருக்காங்க? டெல்லியில இருக்காங்க. whereas யூனிட் 2 மும்பை இட்ஸ் an interstate supply. சார் HO எங்க இருக்காங்க? டெல்லி. யூனிட் 3 Raju, so interstate supply. Unit 4 Gujarat, sir, so interstate supply. அப்ப என்னவா தான் போகும்? So available input service A, CGST எவ்வளவு available? 27,000. SGST, IGST புட்ட dash. நான் question பார்த்து படிக்கிறேன் கரெக்டா? அப்ப டோட்டலா சார் 54,000 யார்கிட்ட இருக்கு? ISD கிட்ட இருக்கு, ஹெட் ஆபீஸ் கிட்ட இருக்கு. அது யாருக்கு மட்டும் செஞ்ச சர்வீஸ்? அப்ப யூனிட் 3 க்கு அது என்னவா போணும்? அது CGST, SGST சம் டோட்டல் சேர்ந்து IGST யா போச்சு. ஓகேவா? நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன், இன்புட் சர்வீஸ் B சார் ISD கிட்ட இருக்கிறதே என்னவா தான் இருக்கு? IGST யா தான். அது யாருக்காகவும் 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 1, 2, 3. 1 ஓட லாஸ்ட் இயர் டர்ன் ஓவர் என்ன? 25 lakhs. 2 ஓட 15 lakhs. 3 ஓட 75 lakhs. அப்ப 25 plus 15 plus 75 comes to 1 crore 15 lakhs. Calculator please. 36,000 into 25 divided by 115 போட்டீங்கன்னா எவ்வளவு வருது? 7826. So out of this 36,000, 7826 will go to unit 1 as IGST. Why? Because credit available itself is IGST. Appa IGST adambo. Yes sir. Sir, 36,000 into 15 divided by 115 comes to 4696 to unit 2 as IGST. Credit available IGST தான். ஒத்துக்கிறீங்களா? சார் ரிமைனிங் பேலன்சிங் ஃபிகர் 7826 plus 4696 minus 36,000 comes to 23,478 will be distributed to unit 3 as IGST. ஏனா கிரெடிட் இருக்கிறதே IGST தான். IGST என்னவா தான் போகும்? IGST ஆதான் போகும். I'm moving to the input service, third input service C. Tell me, what is the CGST? 12,600. What is SGST? 12,600. So, credit இருக்கிறது CGST, SGST யா? அது யாருக்கெல்லாம் attributable? ஊருக்கு எல்லாரையும் attributable. அப்போ unit 1 turnover 25 lakhs. Unit 2 15 lakhs. Unit 3 75 lakhs. Unit 4 50 total comes to 160 lakhs. 165 lakhs. Okay, fine. Take your calculator. 25,200 into 25 divided by 165 comes to 3818. Divided by 2 comes to 1909 and 1909. Because the credit available is CGST, SGST. So the distribution to unit A should also be CGST, SGST. Whereas for other unit, all should get NSC. Up a calculator, 25,200 into 15 divided by 165 comes to 2291. Up 2291 will go as NSC. 25,200 into 75 divided by 165 comes to 11,455 will go as. You know one thing, this unit 3 is not at all registered. They have not at all. அதெல்லாம் ISD பார்க்க வேண்டிய. ஏன்னா ISD ஓட ECL ல இந்த amount credit னு சொல்லி நிக்கும். அதை டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணி விட்டாதான் ECL 0 ஆகும். இல்லைன்னா ECL அப்படியே தங்கும். அங்க எடுக்க முடியாது, லாப்ஸ் ஆகுங்கிறது ரெஸ்பெக்டிவ் யூனிட்ஸ் பார்க்க வேண்டியது. ISD அதை பத்தி வரி பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. கிளாரிட்டி சார். 25,200 into 50 divided by 165 na 7636 is the credit attributable to unit 4 on account of input service C. Shall I move to the last one? Input service D. Sir, ISD கிட்ட இருக்கிறதே NST, CGST, SGST, எஸ்ஆனோவா, இது யாருக்கு மட்டும் பொருந்தது அப்படின்னா அது அப்படியே என்னவாவே கொடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கலாம். CGST, SGST அவே கொடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கலாம். கரெக்டா? பட் இட்ஸ் a blocked credit. யாருக்கு? யூனிட் 1. அதை பத்தி நம்ம வரி பண்ண வேண்டிய அது ISD ஓட கன்சர்னே கிடையாது. இன்புட் சர்வீஸ் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட்டர் நாங்க டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணுவோம். நீங்க வேணும்னா என்ன எடுத்துங்க, கிரெடிட் எடுத்துங்க. இல்ல உங்களோட என்ன சார் ஏரியால அது லாப்ஸ்னா லாப்ஸ். So total credit distributed is, if you add you will get the total will be matching with the exactly credit available with the ISD. I'll be reading the notes for you. The credit of input tax attributable as input service to a particular unit shall be distributed only to that unit. Since unit 3 is exclusively engaged in supply of என்ன goods, exempted goods, total credit of 54,000 is distributable to it. Further, as per rule number 39 sub rule 1 class D of CGST rule, no differentiation is to be made whether the unit is NA or not. அது recipient unit registered இல்லையான்னு ISD பார்க்க வேண்டியா. And therefore credit attributable to unit 3 is distributed to that unit although it is not registered, which implies it is a dash of credit. Automatically அது என்ன காட்டுதுன்னா it's a loss of credit. I am moving to the next one. As per section 20 subsection 2 class B, the credit of tax attributable as input service to more than one unit but not to all the unit shall be distributed among such unit to which input service is attributable, and such distribution shall be pro rata on the basis of turnover of such unit to the total turnover of all units during the என்ன period, relevant period. அப்போ ஒரு கிரெடிட் வந்து ரெண்டு பேருக்கோ மூணு பேருக்கோ தான் இருக்கு, ஆனா எல்லாருக்குமே இல்லைன்னா அந்த ரெண்டு பேர் மூணு பேரோட டர்ன்ஓவர் பேஸ் பண்ணி பிரிக்கணும். Hence credit of input service B is distributed to unit 1, unit 2 and unit 3. Sir, given that service availed for employee on vacation during the month would not be eligible input service under section what? Since the same is not under an obligation, the taxes relating to invoice D should be distributed as eligible input, and the distribution must be done separately for enna and enna. Since the service is wholly attributable to enna one, distributed only to enna unit, such unit, but that unit cannot enjoy that credit because it's enna credit, blocked credit for that particular unit. But adella yaar paaka venda, ISD paaka vendiya avasiyam. The turnover in the state is arrived at a value for the relevant period since all the 4 units were operational during the year preceding financial year. Relevant period would be preceding year. In a question ஒரு வார்த்தை சொல்லியிருக்காங்க என்னன்னா, this is the highlight, all the units are operational during the year current year. அப்ப last yearலயும் 4 பேர் இருந்திருக்காங்க, current yearலயும் 4 பேர் இருந்திருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா last year ஓட turnover எடுத்துக்கணும். In case unit 1, 2, 3, 4 இதுல இந்த unit 4 இப்பதான் என்ன இருக்கு ரெஜிஸ்டர் வந்திருக்குன்னா லாஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டரோட டர்ன்ஓவர் எடுத்துக்கணும், லாஸ்ட் இயரோட டர்ன்ஓவர் எடுத்துக்க கூடாது. பிகாஸ் क्वेश्चन பார்த்தேனா ஜூலை, ஏப்ரல், மே, ஜூன். அப்ப லாஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டரோட இது எடுத்துக்கணும். ஏன்னா லாஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர் தான் அலௌட். Are you really with me? இல்லனா லாஸ்ட் இயரோட இது எடுத்துக்கணும்ங்கிறது தான் ரூல். I'm moving into the second question. The same question I'm continuing. What would be your answer if in question number 1, that is question number 15 in this NSR respective question? Unit 4 started its operation in April 2020. Okay? Which we have discussed now. And following details of turnover of units for April 2022 to June 2022 are as follows. Unit 1, 2 lakh how much? 55,000. Unit 2, 3,89,000. Unit 3 not registered as exclusively engaged in supply of exempt goods. Comes to how much? 6 lakh. Unit 4, 4,12,000. Total comes to 16,66,000. Sir, computation of ITC to be distributed to various units as per Rule 39 of the CGST rules. A relevant period means, up in the question a relevant period highlight பண்றதுக்காக தான். If the recipient of the credit have turnover in their state or union territory in the financial year preceding the year during which credit is to be distributed na said financial year is the relevant period. Okay va? In any other case, in a quarter for which details of such turnover of all the recipients are available previous to the month during which credit is distributed. Since the details of turnover of year 21-22 of unit 4 available or not available? Yeah. ஆரம்பிச்சதே ஏப்ரல் தானே, பின்ன எப்படி லாஸ்ட் இயர்ல அவைலபிளா இருக்கும்? We will consider the turnover details of last quarter previous to the month for which credit is distributed. That is from NSR quarter from April 2022 to June 2022. Appreciate பண்றீங்களா? அப்ப இதே கிரெடிட் புது டர்னோவர்ல அப்போஷன் பண்ணுவோம். Computation of ITC to be distributed for the month of July to various input as per rule number 39. Input service A. Sir, total evlo available 27, 27, 54. Yes or no? 27, 27, 54. இது யாருக்கு மட்டும்? அதுக்கு மட்டும் அப்படியே என்ன சார் ஃபுல்லாவே அப்போர்ஷன்மென்ட் போயிட்டே இருக்குது, ஒரு சேஞ்ச் இல்ல. Input service B IST கிட்ட 36,000 IGST அவைலபிளா? எஸ்ஸா? இத சார் யாருக்கு யாருக்கு யாருக்கு? யூனிட் 1க்கு, யூனிட் 2க்கு, யூனிட் 3க்கு. எந்த டர்னோவர் யூனிட் 1க்கு எவ்வளவு? 2,55,000. யூனிட் 2க்கு 3,89,000. 6,10,000. அவ்வளவுதான் இல்லையா? So 2,55,000 plus 3,89,000 plus 6,10,000 comes to 12,54,000. Shall we apportion? 36,000 into 2,55,000 divided by 12,54,000 comes to 7,321 is the credit attributable to unit 1. Appreciate பண்றியா? Next one, 36,000 into 3,89,000 divided by 12,54,000 comes to 11,167. Sir, 36,000 into 6,10,000 divided by 12,54,000 comes to 17,512, like balancing figure to round off. Are you all really with me? This is how you are supposed to apportion. Sir, with regard to input service C, total credit available எவ்வளோ? 25,200 இல்லையா? What is இது யாருக்கெல்லாம்? 1க்கு டர்னோவர் மேலேயே கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, கரெக்ட்டா? அப்ப கால்குலேட்டர் 25,200 into what is the turnover? 2,55,000 divided by 16,66,000 comes to 3,857. We have to put divided by 2. So you will be getting 1929 and 1929. Pakka. Then same proportion 25,200 into evlo by evlo? 3,89,000 divided by, you will get 5,884. 25,200 into evlo by evlo? 6,10,000 divided by 25,200 into evlo by evlo? 4,12,000 divided by input service D, which is attributable only to yark. Unit 1, it's a blocked credit for them. That's ISD பார்க்க வேண்டிய பிரிச்சு கொடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கலாம். So we have apportioned the input based on the new turnover by treating the relevant period as different. With this, we are through with section 20, that is NS service distributor, input service distributor. Sir, very happy afternoon to all. Sir, we are moving into the next slot called as place of supply. Very important topic, place of supply. We will be doing around more than 15 questions from the place of supply. In slot number 1, we will be solving question number 17, 18, 19 and 20. Number 1, X Limited of Mumbai received order from A Limited of Jaipur for supply of certain goods. அப்ப யார்கிட்ட இந்த ஆர்டர் வந்திருக்கு? X லிமிட்டெடுக்கு A லிமிட்டெட் கிட்ட இருந்து ஆர்டர் வந்திருக்கு. X லிமிட்டெட் எங்க இருக்காங்க? மும்பை. சார் A லிமிட்டெட் ஜெய்ப்பூர் ராஜஸ்தான். The price quoted by X limited being inclusive of freight. X limited arranged for transportation of goods to Jaipur. The delivery of goods is taken by A limited at Jaipur. Determine the place of supply of goods. Okay, what would be your answer, or would your answer be different if A limited has arranged for transportation of goods which are delivered to it by transporter in Jaipur? We know that chapter place of supply classified into two categories: place of supply of goods and place of supply of place of supply of goods again classified into two categories: section 10, section 11. Section 10 again classified into two categories: 10 subsection 1, 10 subsection 2. 10 subsection 1 again classified into 5 categories: 10 subsection 1 class A, 10 subsection 1 class B, 10 subsection 1 class C, 10 subsection 1 class D, 10 subsection 1 class E. 10 subsection 1 class A, supply involves movement. That's what this question is all about. In case supply involves movement of goods, place of supply is the place where the movement terminates to supply to the recipient. Correct? So if the goods are moved from Mumbai to Jaipur, the movement of the goods stopped at Jaipur. So the place of supply is Jaipur. Sir, it is immaterial who is arranging the transportation. Whether the transportation is arranged by the supplier or recipient doesn't matter at all. I am reading the answer. As per section 10, subsection 1, clause A of the IGST Act, because place of supply IGST Act then deal பண்ணிருக்கு இல்லையா, where the supply involves send of goods, whether by the supplier or by the recipient or any other person, place of supply shall be the location of the goods at the time at which the movement of goods terminates for delivery to the recipient. Since the movement of goods terminates in Jaipur, Rajasthan, place of supply of goods shall be Jaipur, Rajasthan. If the transportation costs were agreed to be borne by the purchaser, A limited, and the transportation of the goods is arranged through transporter Y, movement of goods take place at the direction of the yarodeyadu. But since the movement of goods terminate for delivery to the recipient at Enge, place of supply shall be Jaipur, Rajasthan. Thus the answer will remain same. அப்ப யார் டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷன் அரேஞ்ச் பண்றாங்கங்கிறது மேட்டர் கிடையாது. எங்க சார் குட்ஸோட மூவ்மெண்ட் என்ன ஆகுது? டெர்மினேட். क्वेश्चन பாருங்க, செகண்ட் பார்ட். Would your answer be different if A limited as arranged for transport of goods which are delivered to it by transporter in Jaipur? So அந்த goods எங்க போய் விழ போகுது? ஜெய்ப்பூர்ல போய் விழ போகுது, ஜெய்ப்பூர்ல நிக்க போகுது. So Jaipur is the, as per section 10 subsection 1 clause A. So what is the provision 10 subsection 1 clause A என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா, where the supply involves movement of goods, place of supply is the place where the movement of goods terminates for supply to the recipient. I am discussing section 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction separately. So leaving that section, I am moving into 10 subsection 1 clause C, Supply does not involve end of goods. Illustration number 18, May 2018. Answer the following question in the light of place of supply provision contained in IGST Act. Quick Deal Enterprises, Ahmednagar, Gujarat, opens a new branch office at Hisar, Haryana. It purchased a building for office from Ruhani Builders, Hisari, along with pre-installed office furniture and fixture. Building is not subject to GST, whereas furniture and fixtures are subject to GST. Because Schedule 3 is saying that negative list building, sir, after completion certificate is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Another building kenna illa. And a pre-installed office furniture and fixtures kenna undu. Determine the place of supply of the pre-installed office furniture and fixtures. Building எங்க இருக்கு? Building எங்க இருக்கு? Hisar, Haryana. அப்ப அதுக்குள்ளதான் எங்கேயும் என்னதும் இருக்கு? So place of supply shall be as under as per section 10 subsection 1 clause C of the Act. If the supply does not involve end of goods, place of supply is the location of goods at the time of delivery to the recipient. Since there is no movement of office furniture and fixtures in the given case, place of supply of such goods is the location at the time of delivery to the recipient, that is Quick Deal Enterprises, that is Hisar, Haryana, because angada building irukku, angada enna irukku furniture. So section 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B, 10 subsection 1 clause C, moving into section 10 subsection 1 clause D. What is that? Installation or assembling of goods. Determine the place of supply of goods in case of following case, and also state the nature of supply and type of tax payable. Sir, place of supply venum, nature of supply venum, tax payable venum. Supplier and its location. Supplier engi irukanga? A Limited, Jaipur. Recipient B Limited, Jaipur. But place of supply or installation of goods is Kolkata. So ஜெய்ப்பூர்ல இருக்கிறவருக்கு வித்திருக்காரு, ஆனா இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணது எங்க? கோல்கத்தா. What is the place of supply? Kolkata. What is the nature of supply? Interstate supply. What is the tax to be collected? Appa sir, this is the answer. Place of supply is Kolkata, sir, and it is an interstate supply. IGST has to be collected. Shall we come to the next one now? A Limited, Jaipur. What is the recipient's location? M Limited, Mumbai. But where you install the goods? Surat. So what is the place of supply? Surat. It's a interstate supply. What tax? Where Surat is located? Gujarat, sir. Super, sir. Sir, so A Limited, Jaipur, sir, the place of supply is Surat and interstate supply and IGST. Next one. Sir, A Limited is situated in Jaipur and the location of the recipient is Surat, but the place of installation is Allahabad. What is the place of supply? Allahabad. It's a dash state supply, interstate supply and IGST. Where the Allahabad is there? Allahabad. UP? You should north. You should know, sir, the geography to find out the supply, place of supply. You should know the place to know the place of supply. Fine. Sir, A Limited, Jaipur, M Limited, Mumbai is the recipient, but it has been installed in where itself? Jaipur itself. So place of supply, Jaipur, it's a dash state supply. CGST and SGST has to be collected. So what is section 10 subsection 1 clause A? Supply involves movement of goods. What is 10 subsection 1 clause B? Bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C. Supply does not involve movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause D. Assembling or installation of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause E. Goods supplied on board a. I'm coming to the question number 20. X Limited of Delhi entered into contract with airline authority for the supply of food packet to the passenger flying on Delhi-Bangalore route. What is the starting point? Aircraft commenced the journey from Delhi. The goods were loaded on board the aircraft in Jaipur. எங்கிருந்து ஏர்கிராஃப்ட்ல எடுத்து வச்சிருக்காங்க? Jaipur. Determine the place of supply of goods. What is the provision? Place where the goods are loaded on the conveyance, that is taken on board. As per section 10, subsection 1 clause E, where the goods are supplied on board a conveyance, including a vessel, aircraft, train, motor vehicle, place of supply shall be the location at which such goods are on board. In the present case, place of supply shall be place of loading on goods on the board, that is the aircraft, that is Jaipur, irrespective of place of commencement or destination of aircraft. Aircraft எங்க ஆரம்பிக்குங்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்ல, aircraft எங்க இறங்குறங்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்ல, எந்த இடத்துல இருந்து goods உள்ள வருதுங்கிறது தான் முக்கியம். That is the end of supply. So tell me, what is section 10 subsection 1 clause A? What is section 10 subsection 1 clause B? What is section 10 subsection 1 clause C? What is section 10 subsection 1 clause D? What is section 10 subsection 1 clause E? If we complete question number 21 also, we are through with the place of supply of goods. I am doing K Traders, a dealer in furniture located in Maharashtra. Sir, யாரு எங்க இருக்காங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியம் question understand பண்றதுக்கு. ஓகேவா? K Traders எங்க இருக்காங்க? மகாராஷ்டிரால இருக்காங்க. Receives an order from G Traders also located in எங்க? மகாராஷ்டிரா. அப்ப யார் கூப்பிட்டிருக்காங்க? G Traders, K Traders கூப்பிட்டிருக்காங்க. எதுக்காக? Order is for supply of எத்தனை chairs? With an instruction to ship the chairs to Prime Hardwares located in என்ன நாடு? தமிழ்நாடு. அப்ப Prime Hardwares தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்காங்க. அப்ப யார கூப்பிட்டா? G Traders, K Traders கூப்பிட்டு K Traders கிட்ட Prime Hardwaresக்கு சப்ளை பண்ண சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. Prime Hardwares is a customer of என்ன traders? அதனால தான் G Traders, K Traders கூப்பிட்டிருக்காங்க. What will be the place of supply of goods? Two place of supply will come. As per section 10, subsection 1, clause B, it's என்ன to ship transaction. அப்ப K Traders should bill to யாருக்கு? G Traders. K Traders should ship to யாருக்கு? Prime Hardwares. அதனால தான் அது bill to ship transaction சொல்றாங்க. B stands for bill. கரெக்டா? B 10 subsection 1 clause B stands for bill to ship transaction. அப்படினா sir, even though K Traders delivered the goods to யாருக்கு? Prime Hardwares. Hello sir? Yes sir. The place of supply for K Traders Maharashtra will be the third person. Yaar third person? G Traders. That means it will be treated as dash state supply. Intra-state supply. As per section 10, subsection 1, clause B. That means K Traders, G Traders ki bill போடுவாங்க. G Traders, Prime Hardwares ki bill போடுவாங்க. So this supply is covered under section 10, subsection 1, clause A. This is a interstate supply and IGST has to be levied. So two supplies will come. Wow. Where three parties are involved, that is to say, a supplier, a buyer is not the recipient of goods, referred as any person, and the recipient who actually received the goods on direction of the other. A fiction is introduced by 10 subsection 1 clause B of the IGST Act, whereby third person on whose direction goods are delivered will be considered the recipient of the goods, and place of supply is deemed to be the inner place of business of said third person being the inner buyer, first buyer. That means, sir, ஆக்சுவலா பாத்தீங்கன்னா கே ட்ரேடர்ஸ் யாருக்கு தான் அனுப்புறாங்க? பிரைம் ஹார்ட்வேர்ஸ் தான் அனுப்புறாங்க. பட் செக்ஷன் என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா கே ட்ரேடர்ஸ் யார் கமிச்ச மாதிரி எடுத்துக்கங்க. அதான் ரோல் ஆஃப் செக்ஷன் 10 சப்செக்ஷன் 1. இது டேயா இல்ல நைட்டா? நைட். இப்போ நம்ம நைட் டைம்ல கிளாஸ் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கோம். இப்போ இது டேயா நைட்டா சொல்லுங்க. டேயா நைட்டா? டே. அத நைட்டுன்னு சொல்றதா ஃபிக்ஷன். அத ஆக்ட்ல ஒரு ஃபிக்ஷன் கிரியேட் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா நடக்காதது நடந்திருக்குன்னு நினைச்சுக்கங்க. நீங்க நினைச்சுக்கோங்க. அதாவது கே ட்ரேடர்ஸ் யார் கம்ச்சா கூட யார் கம்ச்ச மாதிரி. This is called as fiction created by the act. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. So, with this background, there are two parts to this transaction. First part of transaction between K traders and N traders. K trader is a supplier of share and G trader is a buyer. Accordingly, K trader bill the transaction to yark as per the instruction. Ship the goods to yark in Enna Nadu. Over here, on the instruction from G traders, K traders ship the shares to Prime Hardware located in Tamil Nadu. Here, G traders is deemed as Enna person. Therefore, the place of supply will be principal place of business of the Enna person. That is Enge. Accordingly, K traders charges CGST and SGST on billing to G traders. Ipo, second part, between yaru and yaru? G traders and G traders is the supplier, Prime Hardware is the buyer. G trader bill the transaction to Prime Hardware and endorses the lorry receipt. That is good shipped in a lorry by yaru? In favor of yarkaga Prime Hardware. This lorry receipt will enable yara to take the delivery of the goods. The second part of transaction between G traders and Prime Hardware will be in a state, interstate and dash will be charged. IGST will be charged. So in this discussion, we have mainly focused on section 10. Section 10, subsection 1, clause A. Supply involves movement of goods. 10, subsection 1, clause B. Bill to ship transaction. 10, subsection 1, clause C. Supply does not involve movement of goods. 10, subsection 1, clause D. Sir, 10, subsection 1, clause E. Goods supplied on board. If you are not able to identify the place of supply by applying the provisions of 10 subsection 1, please follow 10 subsection 2, which is as may be notified by the government. That's it with regard to section 10. Place of supply of goods comes to an is the call. Sir, very happy afternoon to all. So we are doing top 50 questions of CA final. In that, in the first slot, we have done till 21 question. We are continuing with the place of supply. We'll be doing another 7 question in this slot. 22 is the target. So till the last slot, we have completed place of supply of goods. Now we are moving into place of supply of services. Sir, Mr. X with registered place of business in Delhi and having other establishment at Jaipur, Agra, Bharatpur, entered into an agreement with Mr. Y in Delhi for IT solution for his offices. The service are received in Delhi and then the same is utilized by all the other offices. Sir, this is the definition of service recipient. Service recipient oda definition ada இந்த question என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா செக் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. I will teach you what is the definition. Mr. X with registered place of business in எங்க? Delhi. அப்ப main இடம் டெல்லியில and having other fixed establishment at எங்க? Jaipur, Agra, Bharatpur. Correcta? Entered into an agreement with Mr. யார் கூட? Y in Delhi for IT solution for his offices. Offices. The service are received in எங்க? Delhi. அப்ப service எங்க வரும்? டெல்லியில இருந்து and the same is utilized by all other offices. அங்கிருந்து various officesக்கு போகும். ஒத்துக்கிறீங்களா? Sir, since the service has been received at என்ன place of business? That is எங்க? Delhi. Location of the recipient shall be Delhi. ஏன்னா சர்வீஸ் இந்த எல்லா ஏரியாக்கும் இருந்தா கூட லொகேஷன் ஆஃப் த ரெசிபியன்ட் நம்ம எங்க மட்டும் தான் எடுத்துப்போம்? டெல்லி மட்டும் தான் எடுத்துப்போம். Though the beneficiary of the services are எத்தனை ஆபீசஸ்? அந்த சர்வீஸோட பெனிஃபிஷியரி 4 இடங்கள்ல இருந்தா கூட we will treat that entire service has been received in Delhi. அப்ப சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைடர் எங்க இருக்காரு? டெல்லி. சர்வீஸ் ரெசிபியன்ட் எங்க இருக்காங்க? டெல்லி. அது இல்லாம ஜெய்ப்பூர், ஆக்ரா, சார் என்ன சார் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் பரத்பூர், இங்கெல்லாம் போவாது. ஸோ எங்க அல்டிமேட்டா மெயினா சர்வீஸ் ரிசீவ் ஆகுதோ அங்கதான் சார் என்ன லொகேஷன் ஆஃப் த ரெசிபியன்ட். லொகேஷன் ஆஃப் த I'm moving to illustration number 23. This is service relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. So past examination question, you should be able to say the answer. Determine the place of supply in independent cases as under. A company in Pune contracts with a Pune-based architect to design a structure for the new office to be located in Bangalore. Bangalore, because location of the immovable property is situated or intended to be situated. I am moving to the second one. Mr. A of Jaipur entered into a lease agreement with Mr. B of Jaipur, whereby he leased out his farm in Nagpur to Mr. B. What is the place of supply? Nagpur is the place of supply. Are you really with me? Mr. A, an employee of N Limited, ABC Limited, Kolkata, goes on official tour to Engeki and stays in a hotel there na Hyderabad, booked in the name of his company. Sir, what is the place of supply? Hyderabad is the place of supply, because place of supply is the place where the immovable property is situated. Or Mr. X of Mumbai arranged for a wedding, destination wedding of his son at Pushkar, Rajasthan. He booked a resort at Pushkar for the accommodation of his guest and also for performing the ceremony, marriage ceremony. Apart from providing the resort for any purpose, marriage purpose, decoration was also provided. This is ancillary services. Any services? Even for the ancillary services, place of supply is the place of immovable properties located or intended to be located. Correct? So what is the place of supply? Pushkar, Rajasthan is the place of supply. The contractor Mrs. ABC of Pune subcontracted the work of construction of building at Delhi to Mrs. XYZ of Mumbai to complete the work as per the drawing and design of the architect. Where the building is situated? Delhi. So the place of supply is Delhi. ABC Limited of Mumbai hires a professional firm of Delhi to design its office in Canada. Sir, ABC Limited of Mumbai hires a professional firm in Delhi if both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India and the immovable property is, then the place of supply is the location of the recipient, that is Mumbai is a place of supply. So this is a past examination 6-mark question. So this is not MCQ, so you have to write in detail. What is the first answer? First, what is the place of supply? Bangalore. Sir, reason, though the supplier of service and recipient are both located in Pune, place of supply would be the place where immovable property is located, that is Enga. Sir, Mr. A of Jaipur entered into a lease agreement with Mr. B of Jaipur, where he leased out his farm in Nagpur. Though the supplier and the recipient are both in Jaipur, Rajasthan, But any service provided by way of grant of right to use in a property is covered under section 12(3) of the Enact IGST Act. Therefore, place of supply shall be location of the immovable property being enga. Mr. A, an employee of ABC Limited Kolkata, goes on office tour to enga Hyderabad. So, and he's booked a hotel there. What is the place of supply? This being an accommodation service is covered under 12(3) of the IGST Act. Place of supply shall be location of the immovable property here, hotel. Location of the supplier and recipient is irrelevant. Mr. X of Mumbai arranged for destination wedding of his son at Pushkar, Rajasthan. So the place of supply is there, Pushkar, Rajasthan, because there only destination wedding is happening. Place of supply of service for accommodation provided for organizing the marriage is governed by 12 subsection 3 clause C of the Enact IGST Act. Hence of place of supply shall be place of location of the resort. And provision of service of decorator being ancillary to service of organizing the marriage is covered by 12 subsection 3 NAD. Hence the place of supply shall be place of the inner property. Sir, the contractor Mrs. ABC of Pune subcontracted the work of construction of building at Enga. So place of supply is Delhi. Here the main contractor Mrs. ABC merely coordinates with subcontractor Mrs. XYZ to ensure completion of any work. Hence both the service of construction activity undertaken by Sir Mrs. XYZ and coordination of construction work undertaken by Mrs. ABC are covered under 12 subsection 3 NIA. Hence the place of supply shall be place where the NA is located, immovable property is located. Are you really with me? ABC Limited of Mumbai hires professional firm of interior decorators of Delhi to design its office in Canada. Sir, recipient will be the place of supply, that is Mumbai. So since the immovable property is intended to be located outside India, proviso to 12(3) of IGST Act saying that place of recipient is the place of supply, that is Mumbai. With regard to, we are through with 12 subsection 3. What is the place of supply? Place of supply is the location of the immovable property is situated or intended. But if both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India and the immovable property is situated, place of supply is the location of the. I am moving into question number 24, which is performance based services, which is from 12(4) is the target. XYZ of Delhi has entered into a contract with ASL Training Limited of Mumbai for training and performance appraisal of its employees, which is 12(5). Training and performance appraisal is 12(5). Training was provided at Dehradun Training Center of ASL Training Limited. Determine the place of supply of service in case of XYZ Limited is registered in Delhi. What would be your answer in case XYZ Limited is a person, unregistered person? You tell me, 12(5) provision, classified into how many categories? Registered person, thumb rule, unregistered person, place where performance is actually held or training is actually provided. Correct? So as per section 12(5) of the IGST Act, so the place of supply of service in relation to training and performance appraisal to a registered person shall be location of such person. A person other than a person, registered person, shall be the location where service are actually. Thus, when XYZ Limited is registered, place of supply of service shall be Delhi. When XYZ is unregistered, place of supply will be Dehradun, because Dehradun is the place where they are actually providing the training. I am moving into illustration number 25. Mr. X of Mumbai purchased online ticket for Wonderla Water Park in Bangalore. So where the water park is situated? Determine place of supply according to 12.6 because entertainment. There 12.6 specifically saying that park including amusement park. So according to 12.6, the place of supply of service provided by way of admission to cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, educational, entertainment or amusement park or any other place and service ancillary thereto shall be the place where the event is actually held or where the park or other place is located. Therefore, in this case, place of supply shall be Bangalore. I am moving into illustration number 26. Good question, important question, good thinking question. All India Scientists Association, ISA, registered in Bangalore, contracted with event managers, Mrs. BB Limited of New Delhi, for organizing the National Seminar of Scientists at Gurugram and the highly esteemed real estate company XYZ Limited of Rajasthan offered sponsorship for the seminar. Mr. A scientist from Chennai, paid fees for to attend the seminar at Bangalore office of the ISA. Determine the place of supply of various service supplied herein. Correct? Question. All India Scientists Association, ISA, registered in, contracted with event manager. So BB Limited is the service provider and ISA is the service recipient. This service will cover under which one? 12 subsection 7 N of the event. Organization of the event. Right. Next one, sir. யாருக்கு provide பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா National Seminar of Scientists at Gurugram and highly esteemed real estate company XYZ Limited of Rajasthan offered sponsorship for the seminar. Abdina, ISA is the service provider and sir XYZ Limited is the service recipient. Correct? For this, what is the RCM is there? Okay, fine. Place of supply in the section attract out. 12 subsection 7 because 12.7 talking about organization of events, ancillary services to events, sponsorship services to events. 3 services are there. Chart I have specifically made. Yes, sir. So for this also 12.7 will be applicable. And next one, service provider is ISA and scientist is the service recipient because scientist is taking ticket. Yes or no? To attend the function. So, sir, service provider is ISA and service recipient is scientist. This will be covered under 12.6. What is 12.6? Admission to events. Correct. So, my dear lovable students, this is the 3 services organization of event. Who's the supplier? BB Limited, Delhi. Who's the recipient? ISA, Bangalore. Correct? So, according to 12.7, what is the place of supply? Registered person. What is the location of? As per 12.7, where the service by way of organization of event is to a person, registered person, place of supply shall be location of such a person ISA inga register pannirukku. Super. Next one, assigning of ownership, sponsorship. Who's the supplier? ISA Bangalore. Recipient, XYZ Limited Rajasthan. Place of supply. As per section 12.7, where the service ancillary to organization of any of the event or assignment of sponsorship to such event is supplied to a person, a registered person. Place of supply shall be location of. Next one, admission to the event. ISA Bangalore. Mr. A Chennai. Is Mr. A a registered person, unregistered person? 12.6 la andamari classification irka illaya? Where the event is actually held. Where the event is actually held. So Gurugram is the place of supply as per 12.6. In case of service provided by way of admission to event, place of supply shall be placed where the event is actually held. Good question. So BB limited to ISA, ISA to XYZ, ISA to scientist. 3 sections are there. You should be able to pick that. I am moving into question number 27, which is from transportation services. Mr. A, partner of Mrs. ABC Chartered Accountant, a firm registered in Delhi, already registered, went to Mumbai for any purpose? Audit purpose. He purchased from Jaipur Airlines, registered in Enga, air ticket from Jaipur to Mumbai, disclosing the name of the organization. Yaar organization na ABC Chartered Accountant. Avanga enga register pannirukanga? Delhi la register pannirukanga. That means service recipient is a registered person. Correct? And its GST registration number. Determine the place of supply of service. What would be your answer in case Mr. A does not disclose the particulars of the organization? If Mr. A does not disclose service has been provided to an unregistered person, then starting point will be the place of supply. Place where the passenger embark in the conveyance for the continuous journey. Clarity? So as per section 12(9) of IGST Act, the place of supply of passenger transportation service to a registered person, location of person other than registered person shall be place where passenger embark on the conveyance for any journey. Here, since the organization is NI in Delhi, therefore as per section 12 subsection 9 clause A, place of supply shall be the place where recipient is located, that is Delhi in this case. The airline shall charge IGST as the location of the supplier is Enga, Jaipur. Because airlines enga irukanga? Airlines enga register irukanga? Rajasthan. Sir, company enga register irukku? Delhi. It's a interstate supply. IGST will be levied. Correct dana? In case Mr. A does not disclose the particulars of an organization, the place of supply of service will be Jaipur, because the place where Mr. A embarked the aircraft for his journey, here the airline shall charge dash or dash. CGST or Paka. I am moving into question number 28. Mr. X residing in Delhi, traveling with Indian Airlines, is providing with movie on demand as onboard entertainment during the Kolkata, Delhi leg of Bangkok, Kolkata, Delhi flight. Appo Bangkok la vandu Kolkata la irangi Kolkata la Delhi podu. Ivar engirundi eri irukar? Kolkata. Sir, according to section 12 subsection, service provided on board conveyance, the place of supply is the first scheduled departure of the conveyance. From where it has started? Bangkok. It is outside India, so no need to pay GST in India. Answer. As per section 12(10) of the IGST Act, place of supply of service on board a conveyance, including a vessel, aircraft, train or motor vehicle, shall be the location of the first scheduled point of departure of that conveyance for the journey. So place of supply of this service will be Bangkok, that is first scheduled point of departure of the conveyance for the journey, which is outside the taxable territory, hence not liable to tax. So we'll have a recall. What is 12(1)? Applicability. What is 12(2)? General provision. 12(3)? Services relating to immovable property. 12(4)? 12(5), 12(6), 12(7), 12(8), 12(9), 12(10), service provided 12(12), financial and stock broking services 12(13), 12(14), advertisement to government. Sir, those who are listening to this lecture, immediately after you listen to this lecture and question, have a 15 minutes recall of NSR section 12 provision. Hello sir. Then you'll be feeling very much comfortable. That's what the intention of this lectures itself. So before you come to the next slot of discussion of question number 29, question number 30, question number 31, sir, question number 32 and question number 33, have a revision of section 12 and come to the next lecture. You'll be feeling so much comfortable. So we'll be meeting in the coming lecture. Sir, very happy afternoon to all. So we are doing the top 50 questions of CA final. In that we have completed 28 questions out of 50 questions. We are continuing with the place of supply, and in this slot we will be completing the place of supply. Illustration number 29. Determine the place of supply in the following independent cases. Mr. X, registered in Bangalore, has availed landline service from BSNL. Landline, கம்பி கட்டுற கதை. கம்பி கட்டுற கதையை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எங்க கம்பி கட்டியிருக்காங்களோ அங்கதான் கதை இருக்கும். The telephone is installed in residential premises in Jaipur and billing address of Mr. X is in Bangalore. What is the relevant point here? Jaipur is the end of supply, place of supply, because கம்பி கட்டுற கதையை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எங்க கம்பி கட்டி இருக்காங்களோ அதுதான் place of supply. Mr. X has availed postpaid mobile services from BSNL, registered in Bangalore. Mr. X is registered under என்ன law? GST law in Bangalore, but billing address of a residential premise of Mr. X in எங்க? Jaipur. So Jaipur is the. Mr. X has purchased prepaid mobile vouchers of BSNL registered in Bangalore through internet banking. அப்ப internet banking na location of the recipient in the books of accounts of the. Mr. X is registered under GST law in Bangalore, but in BSNL's record, address of Mr. X is that of his residence in Jaipur. So Jaipur is the. Mr. C. Pune purchases a prepaid card from a selling agent in Mumbai. So Mumbai is the. Mr. F. Puducherry gets a prepaid voucher recharge from grocery shop in Chennai. So the place of supply is the Chennai, because that is the place where prepayment is made. This is a past examination question for 5 marks. I'm continuing reading the answer. As per section 12, subsection 11 of the IGST Act, place of supply of telecommunication service by way of fixed telecommunication line shall be the location where telecommunication line is installed for receipt of service. In this case, though the billing address is in Enga, but the place of supply of service shall be Jaipur, where the telephone is installed. As per section 12(11) of the ANM Act, place of supply of service by way of mobile connection for telecommunication provided on any basis shall be location of billing address of the recipient of service on record of the supplier of service. In this case, since the billing address of recipient is of Jaipur, place of supply shall be. As per 12(11) of the IGST Act, place of supply of service by way of connection for telecommunication provided on prepaid basis shall be location of billing address of the recipient of service on the record of the supplier of service. If such prepaid service is availed or the recharge is made through banking or other commercial mode of payment. In this case, since address of Mr. X as per BSNL record is that of Jaipur, place of supply shall be Jaipur. As per 12(11) of the IGST Act, in case where mobile connection for telecommunication is provided on any basis, fill பண்ணுங்க, through a voucher or any other means through an agent or reseller or distributor or subscriber, identity module card or recharge voucher, place of supply will be the address of the agent or reseller or distributor as per the record of the supplier at the time of supply. Thus in this case, place of supply will be. As per 1211 of the IGST Act, in case where mobile connection for telecommunication is provided on any basis, through a voucher or any other means by any person to the final subscriber, place of supply shall be location where such prepayment is received or such vouchers are sold. In this case, it's what? I'm moving into illustration number 30. Government of India launches a project, Make in India, and appoint ABC Advertisement Agency of Haryana for advertisement of the project all over the country. That means all the states is the end of supply. ABC agency advertises the project in all states in India, determine the place of supply of NS services. As per section 1214 of the N Act, place of supply shall be each state where the advertisement services are provided, and value to each state shall be in proportion to the amount attributable to the service provided by way of dissemination in the N state. And the value of such supply specific to each state or union territory shall be in proportion to the amount attributable to service provided by way of dissemination in respective state or union territory as may be determined in terms of contract or agreement entered into in this regard, in the absence of such contract or agreement on such other basis as may be. அப்போ கான்ட்ராக்ட் பார்க்கணும், ஒரு ஸ்டேட்லையும் எத்தனை என்ன பண்ணணும், அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணணும்னு அதை பொறுத்து வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை பிரிச்சுக்க வேண்டியதுதான். அதை பொறுத்து வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை கான்ட்ராக்ட்லேருந்து பிரிச்சுக்க முடியாதுன்னா as may be prescribed is the call. I'm moving into the next question, question number 31. This is a May 2018 question. Mr. Mahendra Goyal, an interior decorator, provides professional service to Mr. Jain in relation to two of his immutable property. Determine the place of supply in transaction below as per the provisions of NL law in the following independent situation. Situation number 1. Location of Mr. Mahendra Goyal. Mahendra Goyal எங்க இருக்காரு? Delhi. Location of Mr. Harish Jain எங்க? But property situated New Delhi, USA. Since both the service provider and service recipient are situated and the immovable property is situated, place of supply is the location of the recipient, that is yaru? Harish Jain, that is Mumbai, is the end of supply. Next one. Sir, location of Mr. Mahendra Goyal is Delhi, whereas location of Mr. Harish Jain is in Mumbai. So this will be covered under 12.3, yeah, and this will be covered under 13.4. What is the place of supply? Location of the immovable property situated or intended to be situated. So the immovable property is in Paris, France. So place of supply is Paris, France. Explain the relevant provisions of law to support your conclusion. I am reading. Sir, in a case where both the service provider and service recipient are located in India, place of supply of service directly in relation to immovable property is the location of any property. However, if an immovable property is located in place of supply is the location of the, since in the given case both the service provider, that is Mr. Mahendra Goyal, and service recipient Mr. Harish Jain are located in India and immovable property is located in that is New York, place of supply will be location of the recipient, that is. In a case where either the service provider or the service recipient is located in place of supply of service directly in relation to an immovable property is location of the end property. Since in the given case service recipient Mr. Harish Jain is located in that is in place of supply will be location of the immovable property, that is Paris, France is what the location of the immovable property. Paka? I'm moving into question number 32 out of our 50 questions. Good question. This question is good question. ABC Private Limited New Delhi provides support services to foreign customer in relation to foreign procuring goods from India. அப்போ ABC Limited New Delhi is the service provider. கரெக்டா? அவங்க யாருக்கு சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைட் பண்றாங்க? ஃபாரின் கஸ்டமர். யாருக்கு? The company identifies the prospective vendor review product quality and pricing and then share the vendor details with the customer. Okay, இதுதான் company provide பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. The foreign customer then directly places purchase order on Indian vendor for purchase of specified goods. ABC Private Limited charges its foreign customer cost plus எத்தனை % markup for services provided by it. For the month of December, company has charged US dollar, sir, 1 lakh exclusive of GST to its customer. With reference to provisions of GST law, examine whether the company is liable to pay IGST, CGST, SGST is the question. அப்ப ABC Private Limited New Delhi இந்தியால இருக்காங்களா? அவங்க support service provide பண்றாங்களா? Is an intermediary services to a foreign customer situated outside India. So service provider is situated in India and service recipient is situated outside India and service is an intermediary services. It will cover under 13.8. What 13.8 is saying that location of the service provider is the place of supply. Where is the location of the service provider? ABC Private Limited in Delhi, New Delhi. So ABC Private Limited New Delhi is the end of supply, place of supply. And since the recipient is situated outside India, supply is a interstate supply and dash has to be collected. GST at 18% is applicable on supply of support service provided by ABC Private Limited. A rate of exchange is 65 per $1 US dollar. That is a part of question, man. Okay, wow. Service supply is an intermediary. Sir, section 213 of the Act, IGST Act, define intermediary to mean a broker, agent, any other service by whatever name called, who arranges or facilitates the supply of or securities between two or more person, but does not include a person who supplies such goods or service or both or securities on his own account. In this case, since ABC Private Limited is arranging or facilitating supply of goods between a customer and a vendor, the said service can be classified as intermediary services. I am coming to the next one. Place of supply is a location of if the location of supplier of services or the location of that recipient of service is the place of supply is determined in terms of section 13 of the Act. Since in the given case recipient of supply is located provision of supply of intermediary service will be determined in terms of section 13 of the Act. Supply is a inter sir. As per section 13.8, place of supply in case of intermediary service, location of the supplier, that is location of ABC Private Limited, which is Delhi. Further section 8 of the Act, supply of service where the location of supplier and the place of supply are in the same state, it shall be treated as the intrastate supply. Interesting la? Sir, the service provider is situated in India and place of supply is also situated in India. So every student will be having a overlook that this is a dash state supply, interstate supply. Therefore, since in the given question, both the location of ABC Private Limited and the place of supply of service provided by it are in Delhi. The supply of service will be an intrastate supply leviable to CGST and SGST. Nalladi. I am moving into the computation of GST payable, assuming that given rate of exchange is prevailing on the date of time of supply of service. The CGST and SGST liability will be worked out as under. What is a taxable supply? What is a dollar? 1 lakh. Exchange rate? What is the total taxable value? 65 lakhs into 9%, 5,85,000. Sir, SGST at 9%. Total GST payable comes to 11,70,000 is the total GST payable. Comfortable? I'm moving into illustration number 33. Sir, this is the last question from the place of supply. With that will be through. From the following information determine GST liability. If any person liable to pay GST in the context of online information and data access or retrieval services. So Mr. X of Rajasthan provide online gaming service across India. He earns 12 lakh from users of India, including 2 lakh from Jammu Kashmir. For GST, there is no bifurcation of Jammu and other than Jammu. And 5 lakh from foreign users. Rate of GST is 18%. We all know that, sir, the place of supply for the OIDAR service is the location of the recipient. Correct. If it is location of the recipient for foreign user, the location falls outside India. Hence, it is not liable to tax in India. So the place of supply and GST liability is as under OIDAR services. Service provided to users in India, including Jammu Kashmir, shall be taxable in India. This is how much lakh? 12 lakh. Yaar service provide pandra? Yaar OIDAR? Engi irukanga? And service recipient is also situated in India. That means both the parties are situated in India. This will be followed by 12 and not by 30. So the first part of answer should be as per section 12 subsection 2, general provision. Whereas second part, service provider is situated in India and the service recipient is a foreign customer. For that section 13 subsection 12 will be applicable for that location of the recipient. Are you able to connect it? Service provided to end user, foreign user, place of supply shall be outside India, hence not taxable. So total value of taxable supply is only 12 lakh. On the GST payable is 18%. So since Mr. X is located in taxable territory, he shall be liable to pay GST. So with this, we can say that out of our 50 question, we are through with 33/50 is a target. So before you come to the next chapter, have a 15 minutes full revision of place of supply provision, section 10, section 11, section 12 and section 13, and will be completing the remaining. Sir, very happy evening to all. So we are doing 50 questions applicable to CA final. In that, till the last slot, we have completed 33 out of 50. We are moving into refund. 2 questions we'll be doing from refund. Sir, 1/2 is the target. Illustration number 34. Mrs. RLL Limited filed an application for refund of tax amounting to 5 lakhs on 1/10/2022. அப்போ 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் ரீஃபண்ட் கேட்டு என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா ரீஃபண்ட் அப்ளிகேஷன் ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. The refund was granted on 25/12/2022. Refund எப்போ வந்திருக்குன்னா 25/12/2022. We all know that, sir, once we file a refund application, there is a breathing time of 60 days. Up to 60 days, interest varadu. From 61st day, sir, you are entitled to get interest at the rate of, compute the amount of interest, if any, payable to RLL Limited as per the provisions of section 56 of the CGST Act. If any tax ordered to be refunded under section 54 subsection 5 to any applicant and such tax is not refunded within 60 days from the date of receipt of application under section 54 subsection 1, interest at the rate of 6% shall be payable in respect of such refund from the date immediately after the expiry of 60 days from the date of receipt of application till the date of refund of such tax. So நம்ம refund application போட்டு first 60 days we are not entitled for the interest, but from 61st day till the actual date of refund we are entitled to get the interest at the rate of 6%. So the relevant computation is as follows. Amount of refund, how much நம்ம எவ்வளவு refund கேட்டோம்? Date of making application எப்போ? 1/10/2022. Yes or no? Sir, அதிலிருந்து 60 days is the breathing time. So 30/11/2022 is the last date or the expiry of the 60th day. From 61st day onwards, we are entitled to get the refund, but the actual date of refund is 25/12/2022. So there is a delay of how many days?
25 days.
So 5 lakhs into 6% into 25 divided by 365. So the amount of interest what we are eligible is 2055. Appreciate pandriya. So what is the one line summary? So from the date of refund application till 60 days, we are not entitled to get the interest. From 61st day, we are till the date of actual payment of refund, we are entitled to get the at the rate of, that's it. I'm moving into question number 35. The second question, out of second question from the refund. From the following information, you are required to determine the maximum amount of refund admissible on account of inverted duty structure. We all know that if the input rate is 28 or 18 and the output is less than 28 or 18, which may be 12% or 5%, this is called as inverted structure, duty structure. Sir, ITC availed on input. நீங்க input purchase பண்ணும்போது GST pay பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. எவ்வளோ? 3,60,000. ITC availed on input services, how much? 36,000. 36,000. We all know that under inverted duty structure, we are entitled to get refund only for inputs. Turnover of inverted rated supply of goods taxable at 5% come to 1 lakh. Up 30 lakh into 5% comes to. So 1,50,000 is the output tax collected on inverted duty structure. Turnover of other supplies of goods, which is how much lakh? 10 lakh. How much lakh? 10 lakh. So என்னோட outward supply ல inverted duty structureum இருக்கு, other supplies இருக்கு. அந்த other supplyக்கு refund கிடையாது. ஆனா inverted duty structureக்கு எனக்கு என்ன கிடைக்கும்? Refund. So shall we find out the maximum refund? Sir, you tell me, உங்களுக்கு வந்து ITC எதிலி இருக்கு? Inputல இருக்கு, input servicesல இருக்கு. Inputsல எவ்வளோ? 3,60,000. Input servicesல 36,000. What is the total? 3,96,000. You are entitled for ITC only on 3,60,000. Correct? உன்னோட turnover என்னவும் பண்ற inverted duty structure பண்ற other than inverted duty structure 30 lakhs other than inverted duty structure total comes to 40 lakhs. Correct? That means, sir, 30 lakhs divided by 40 lakhs into 100 na 75% of your turnover represent the inverted duty structure. Sir, inputkum input serviceskum refund கிடைக்குமா இல்ல inputku மட்டும் தான் கிடைக்கும்? So this 3,60,000 I am classifying into two categories. The ITC attributable to inverted duty structure. ITC attributable to other than inverted duty structure. So 3,60,000 into 75% comes to 2,70,000 is the ITC attributable to inverted duty structure. Paka, you tell me what is the turnover of inverted duty structure? 30 lakhs into 5% comes to, so 1,50,000 is the output tax collected. இந்த output tax collect பண்றதுக்கு நீ input மட்டும் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணியா இல்ல input service யூஸ் பண்ணியா? So 1,50,000 classified how many category? So 1,50,000 into 3,60,000 divided by 3,96,000 means 1,30,000 6,364. So this is the eligible output tax for the inverted duty structure. So what is the total ITC? 2,70,000 minus what is eligible? 1,36,364. What is the difference? 1,33,636 is the maximum refund you are entitled to get. This is the maximum refund, my dear lovable students. Are you all really with me? This is how this has been solved. This has been solved in a tabular format. The maximum amount of refund admissible on account of inverted duty structure is computed as under. Net ITC, that is ITC availed on input, is how much? 3,60,000. ITC availed on input and input service is how much? What is the turnover of inverted rate of supply? 30 lakhs. Adjusted total turnover? 40 lakhs. What is the tax payable on such inverted rate of supply? Sir, 30 lakhs into 5% comes to. What is the tax payable on such inverted rate of supply? NITC, net ITC. What is net ITC? 3,60,000 divided by ITC availed on input and input services. So output tax total collector is 1,50,000 into 3,60,000 divided by 3 lakh. Total comes to 1,36,364. So the maximum refund will be total ITC on input into inverted duty structure turnover divided by total turnover, correct? Minus the output tax attributable to the inverted duty structure. That comes to 1,33,636. This amount you can claim it as maximum refund. So out of our 50 question target, we have done 35 question out of 50 and we are having only 15 more, which area will be fully focusing on the assessment. In that we'll be completing 5, 3 slots will be completing this. Sir, very happy evening to all. So we are doing 50 questions of CA final area. In that we have completed 35 questions and 15 more. So that 15 we are going to solve in 3 slots, 5. I'm starting 1 by 5. Question number 36. How is the assessment made if the taxable person is not able to determine the value of goods or services or determine the rate of tax? Sir, if a taxable person don't know 2 things. Number 1, value of supply, rate of tax. Self-assessment under 59 is not possible. Provisional assessment under section 60 is possible. So where the taxable person is unable to determine the value of goods or services or both, or determine the rate of tax applicable thereto, he may request the proper officer in writing, giving reason for payment of tax on NA basis, and PO shall enter an order within a period not later than how many days? From the date of receipt of such request, allowing payment of tax on NA basis at such rate or on such value as may be specified by him. You tell me, there are how many types of assessment? Self-assessment under section 59, provisional assessment under section 60, scrutiny of return under section 61, assessment of non-filers of return under section 62, assessment of unregistered person under section 63, summary assessment under section 64. I am moving into question number 37. Whether self-assessment and provisional assessment are mutually exclusive? Yes. ஏன்னா செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட் தெரியறவங்க ப்ரொவிஷனல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ண வேண்டிய இல்ல. ப்ரொவிஷனல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் சார் 2 சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல தான் பண்ணணும். ஒன்னு, whether the taxable person is unable to determine the value of tax or rate of tax. அப்ப செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணா ப்ரொவிஷனல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ண வேண்டிய. Sir, yes, if the taxable person opt for an assessment, he cannot opt for provisional assessment for the same period for the same supply. However, he can opt for an assessment if he is unable to determine taxable value or tax liability or rate of tax for any subsequent period. Okay? I am moving into the 38th question, which is third question out of 5 questions. What does scrutiny of return mean under the CGST Act? The CGST Act 2017 empower proper officer to dash the return and related particulars furnished by the person to verify the dash of the return and inform him of the discrepancies noticed, if any, in a manner as may be. In case of any discrepancy, PO should seek explanation from the person. On receipt of satisfactory explanation, PO is not required to take any inaction. Sir, in the event after accepting the discrepancy, no satisfactory explanation is furnished within a period of 30 days or such further extended time, if the taxable person fails to take the corrective measures in the return for the month in which dash is accepted, PO may initiate audit under section 65. Audit by tax authority, special audit under section 66, inspection, search and seizure under section 67, or proceed to determine tax and other dues under section 73 or 74. Okay. So there are 6 types of assessment. Number 1, self-assessment under section 59, provisional assessment under section 60, scrutiny of return under section 61, assessment of non-filers of return under section, assessment of under section, summary assessment 60. I am moving into illustration number 39, which is the 4th question out of 5 questions. What action may be taken by PO in case no satisfactory explanation is sought after the discrepancies are brought to the notice of the person? Sir, in case after accepting the discrepancy, no satisfactory explanation is furnished within a period of 30 days or such further period as may be permitted, PO may initiate audit of accounts by tax authority under section, initiate special audit under section, initiate inspection, search and seizure under section, proceed to determine the tax and other dues under section 73 bar as a NMAB. I am moving into the 40th question, which is the 5 by 5 in our slot. Good question, important question for examination, because this is a practice question. November 2018 asked the question. Divya traders obtain permission for provisional assessment. அப்ப 59 தெரியாதுன்னு 60ல travel பண்ணிட்டாங்க and supplied 3 consignment of furniture on 28th April 2022. The tax payment on provisional basis was made in respect of all the 3 consignment on 20th May. Date எல்லாமே ரொம்ப முக்கியம். எப்போ consignment பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 28th April. Tax payment on என்ன basis? Provisional basis was made in respect of all the consignment, 3 consignment on எப்போ? 20th May. ஓகேவா? அப்போ எப்போ provisional assessment பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 20th May. கரெக்டா? Right. Consequent to an assessment order by the assistant commissioner on 21st June, because within 6 மாசம் final assessment should be passed. அப்போ மே முடிச்சு கரெக்டா ஜூன்லயே என்ன பாஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க? A tax of 1,20,000 and 1,50,000 become refundable for first and third consignment. அப்ப ரெண்டாவது consignmentக்கு tax payable. Whereas a tax of 1,20,000 become due on எத்தனாவது consignment? Divi traders or Divya traders applies for refund of the tax on first and third consignment on 12th July and pays the tax on second consignment on the end day. Tax was actually refunded to it on first consignment on 8th September, whereas of third consignment on 18th September. So we have to check whether it is beyond 60 days or not. Because if it is beyond 60 days, then the recipient or the taxable person or the registered person is entitled to interest at the rate of from the 61st day. Customer of the via trader who purchased the consignment have not taken ITC. Determine the interest payable and receivable, if any, under the CGST Act by DV traders is the question. So in that question, how many consignments are there? 3 consignments are there. 3 consignmentக்குமே என்ன பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? Provisional. 3 consignmentக்குமே சார் ஃபைனல் அசஸ்மென்ட் பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க இல்லையா? எவ்வளோ rupees first consignment? 1,20,000 refundable. Second consignment 1,20,000 payable. Sir, third one 1,50,000 refundable. Correct? Refundable. So my dear lovable students, sir, 1,20,000, 1,20,000, 1,50,000. ஒத்துக்கிறியா? எப்ப சார் ரீஃபண்ட் அப்ளை பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 12th ஜூலை. கரெக்டா? எப்ப சார் வந்திருக்கு? 8th செப்டம்பர். அப்ப ஜூலை முடிச்சு ஆகஸ்ட் 12, செப்டம்பர் 12, எத்தனை நாளைக்குள்ளே கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? 60 டேஸ்க்குள்ளே கொடுத்திருக்காங்களா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கன்சைன்மென்ட்க்கு எப்போ? 8th செப்டம்பர். செகண்ட் கன்சைன்மென்ட்க்கு எப்போ கேட்டிருக்காங்க? சாரி, தேர்ட் கன்சைன்மென்ட்க்கு எப்போ கேட்டிருக்காங்க? 12th ஜூலை. அதுக்கு எப்பதான் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? 18th. Is it within 60 days? Beyond 60 days. Beyond 60 days. But this is payable. Which one? Second consignment is payable. Correct? This is the NSR provision. Very important part. This is a mathematical part from assessment. Very carefully. Computation of amount of interest payable on finalization of assessment. எந்த consignment payable? Section 60 subsection 4 of the CGST Act stipulates that where the tax liability as per the final assessment is higher than under the provisional assessment, that is, tax become due consequent to order of an assessment, the registered person shall be liable to pay interest on N payable on supply of goods but not paid on the N date at the rate specified under 50 subsection 1, that is எத்தனை % per annum, from the first day after the due date of payment of tax in respect of the goods supplied under an assessment till the date of actual payment, whether such amount is paid before or after the issuance of an assessment. அப்போ ஃபைனல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பாஸ் பண்ண அன்னையில இருந்து கிடையாது இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பே பண்ண வேண்டியது. ப்ரொவிஷனல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் நீங்க நடத்தி இருக்கீங்க இல்லையா, அதோட டியூ டேட்ல இருந்து என்ன வரணும்? அதாவது ஃபைனல் அசஸ்மெண்டோட அமௌண்ட நீங்க ஒரிஜினல் டியூ டேட்லயே வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளையா கன்சிடர் பண்ணி என்ன கட்டி இருந்தா அப்பவே நீங்க கட்டி இருந்திருக்கணும். ஆனா டிலே வந்திருக்கு இல்லையா, அப்ப அன்னையில இருந்து நாங்க என்ன போடுவோம்? இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் போடுவோம். அதுவும் ஃபைனல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் கேன் பி ஃபைனலைஸ்ட் அப் டு 5 years. அப்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்டணும்னா சார் எதுக்காக நீ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்டுறியோ பிசினஸ்க்காக, அதே வித்துட்டு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்ட வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். In the given case, due date for payment of tax cleared on 28/4 தான முதல் clear பண்ணீங்க இல்லையா, under the provisional assessment is 25 because அடுத்த மாசம் 20ஆம் தேதி divi traders is liable to pay following interest in respect of first consignment. First consignment refund refund. Second consignment தான payable இல்லையா, in respect of second consignment. What is the due date of payment of tax under provisional assessment? 25/2000. What is the actual date of payment of tax? 12 July 2022. Correcta? So first மாசம் ஏப்ரல் விட்டுரு, மேல 20ஆம் தேதி வருது. எத்தனை நாள்? 11 days. Yes sir. Next one ஜூன்ல 30, ஜூலைல 12. So 53 days is the delay. How much is the GST payable? So 1,20,000 into எத்தனை percent? Because interest payable at 18% into 53 divided by 365 comes to 3136 is the amount of enna payable. Now I am going to calculate interest enna receivable at எத்தனை percent? அதுவும் சார் 60 days expire ஆகிறதா மட்டும்தான். பே பண்ணும்போது டியூ டேட்ல இருந்து இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ரிசீவ் பண்ணும்போது breathing space க்கு அப்புறம் இருந்தா. Further section 60 subsection 5 of the CGST Act stipulates that where the tax liability as per the final assessment is less than in the provisional assessment, that is tax become refundable consequent to the order of an assessment. The registered person shall be paid interest at the rate specified under section 56 from the date immediately after the expiry of 30 days from the date of receipt of application under section till the date of refund of such tax. However, since in the given case refund in respect of any consignment has been made on EPO, that is within 30 days from the date of receipt of end of application, refund of application, interest is not payable to DV traders on tax refunded in respect of ethanol consignment. And with regard to ethanol consignment, there is a delay beyond 30 days. So in respect of third consignment, since refund is not granted within 30 days from the date of making refund application, interest shall be calculated as under. What is the date on which refund application is made? What is the period of 60 days referred in 60 subsection 5 expire? 10th September. This days plus 60 days potena 10th September varda. What is the date of actual grant of refund? 18th. First consignment முடிச்சாச்சு, third consignment போட்டுட்டு இருக்கோம். There is a delay of 8 days. So எவ்வளோ refund வரணும் amount? So 1,50,000 into 6%. Here you should not put 18%. Because interest receivable at into 8 divided by 365, you will get an interest of 197. And you are liable to pay an interest of 3,136. Are you really with me? There are how many types of assessment? Self-assessment under section 59. Provisional assessment under section 60. Scrutiny of returns under section 61. Assessment of non-filers of return under section 62. Assessment of under section 63. Summary assessment under section 64. Sir, by this time we have reached our 40 question out of 50 question. We'll be doing 2 more slots by 5 question more. With that, we will be winding up the 50 question slot. Before you come to the next slot, have a 15 minutes quick revision of assessment, sir, audit, that is 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. Sir, have a time of 15 minutes, have a revision and come back. Then you see the next video, you'll be able to appreciate or understand. That's it. Sir, very, very, very happy evening to all. We are doing 50 questions exclusive for CA final. In that we have completed 40 questions out of 50 questions. We are in the area of assessment procedure. We will be completing another 5 more to make it as 45. Who can authorize the act of carry out inspection and under what circumstance? As per 67 subsection 1, inspection can be carried out by any officer of central tax only upon an authorization given by the proper officer, not below the rank of. அப்ப ஜாயிண்ட் கமிஷனரோட பர்மிஷன் இல்லாம எது ஆத்தரைஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. Such PO can give such authorization only if he has enough to believe that person concerned has suppressed any transaction of supply, suppressed stock of goods in hand, claimed excess ITC, contravene any provisions of this act or rules made thereunder to evade tax, or a transporter or owner or operator of warehouse or godown or any other place has kept goods which has escaped payment of tax or has kept his accounts or goods in a manner that is likely to cause evasion of tax. Paka? I'm moving into question number 42. This is the second question out of 5 questions. This is a RTP May 2020 question. Checker not has self-assessed tax liability under IGST Act. Self-assessed tax liability of rupees how much? He fails to pay the tax within 30 days from the due date of payment of such tax. Self-assessment tax should be paid within 30 days. Determine the interest and penalty payable by him, explaining the provisions of law within the following particulars available from his records. Date of collection of tax எப்போ? அப்ப 18th Decemberக்கு தான் என்ன கலெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? Date of payment of tax 26th February. Sir, time of supply என்ன வரும்னா டிசம்பர்னா Jan 20th வரும் இல்லையா? ஆனா Jan 20th எல்லாம் முடிச்சு 26th Februaryக்கு தான் என்ன கட்டியிருக்காங்க? Tax கட்டியிருக்காங்க. No showcase notice has been issued to him so far. That means innu 73/74 proceedings initiate avala. While he intend to discharge his liability even before it is issued to him on an assumption that no penalty is leviable on him as payment is made before issue of any cost notice. Sir, self-assessment tax kum showcase notice kum sambandhame illa. Self-assessment tax for a month is to be deposited on or before the end date of furnishing the return of relevant end period. In this case, self-assessed tax is to be deposited up to 20th Jan 2023 because எந்த மாசத்தோட இது அடுத்த மாசம் 20ஆம் தேதி வரைக்கும் உங்களுக்கு self-assessment tax கட்டறதுக்கு ஆக்ட் அலோ பண்ணுது. Since checker not has deposited the self-assessed tax on 26th, it shall be liable to pay interest as per the provisions of section 50 at the rate of etana % per annum from the date following the due date of payment of actual date of payment of tax. So shall we calculate the interest liability? Evlo self assessed amount? What is the due date? 20th of Jan. Interest period ends on date of payment of duty when you actually paid 26 to up January la etna days? 11 days. February la 26. Total 30. What is the rate of interest? Up 80,000 into 18% into 37 divided by 365 comes to 1460. So the total sum paid including interest should be 81,460. Are you really with me? நானே self assessment tax கட்டும்போது penalty எல்லாம் சேர்த்து வெச்சு கட்ட வேண்டியா? And interest is liable to be paid under section 50. I'm moving into the next question. Question number 43, which is the third question out of 5 questions. Very important question. Rajul has been issued a showcase notice on 31/12/2026 under section 73 subsection 1 of the CGST Act on account of short payment of tax during the period between 1/7/2021 and 31/12/2021. Okay. அப்ப short payment எப்ப நடந்திருக்கு? 1/7/2021 and 31/12/2021. அப்ப that this is related to which financial year? 21-22. 21-22 ஓட annual return எப்ப ஃபைல் பண்ணணும்? 31st December 2022. இங்கிருந்து எத்தனை year allowed? 3 years allowed. That means 31/12/2025. But when the showcase notice has been issued? 31/12/2000. Is the showcase notice valid? Invalid? He has been given an opportunity of personal hearing on 15/1/2027. Advise Rajul as to what should be the written submission in reply to the show cause notice issued to him. He has to go and say that the show cause notice issued is time barred. Notice not sustainable. The show cause notice issued for a normal period of limitation under 73 subsection 1 of the CGST Act is not time limit for issue of any notice. The show cause notice under 73 subsection 1 of the CGST Act can be issued at least 3 months prior to the time limit specified for issue of order under what section of the CGST Act. The adjudication order under 73 subsection 10 of the CGST Act has to be issued within 3 years from the due date for furnishing of annual return for the financial year to which the short paid tax relates to. I am decoding the time limit. The due date for furnishing annual return for a financial year is on or before 31st day of the December following the end of such financial year as per section 44 of the CGST Act. The show cause notice under 73 subsection 1 of the CGST Act can be issued within 1 year and 9 months from the due date for furnishing of any return for the financial year to which the short paid tax relates to. So because of that, the notice is barred by time limit tandi poinch. Show cause notice has been issued for the period between 1/7/2022 to 31/12/2022, which falls in the financial year 22-23. Due date for furnishing annual return for financial year 22-23 is 31/12/2003. And 3-year period from due date of filing annual return lapses on 31/12/2006. The show cause notice under 73(1) ought to have been issued at least by 30th September 2000. Since the notice has been issued after 39/2026, entire proceedings is barred by limitation and deemed to be concluded under section 75 subsection 10 of the CGST Act. I hope that you are able to, NSR, connect with the provisions. I am moving into the recovery proceedings, illustration number 44, which is the 4th question out of the 5th question. Briefly discuss the modes of recovery of tax available to an officer, proper officer. What are the modes? Section 79, straight away question, 9 modes. Deduction of due from amount owned by tax authority payable to such person. Recovery by way of detaining and selling any goods belonging to such person. Recovery from other person from whom money is due or may become due to such person, or who holds or may subsequently hold money for on account of such person to pay the credit of the central government or state government garnishee. Distrain any movable or immovable property belonging to such person until the amount payable is paid. If such dues is not paid within 3 days, said property is to be sold, and with the proceeds of such sale, amount payable and the cost of sale should be through the collector of the district in which such person owns any property or resides or carry his business was in arrears of NL revenue. By way of application to the appropriate magistrate, who in turn shall proceed to recover the amount as if it were a fine by enforcing the bond or instrument executed under this act or any rules or regulation made thereunder. CGST arrears can be recovered as arrear of SGST and vice versa. A recovery of tax dues can be made from establishment with separate registration with same PAN. Appreciate Pandriya. So these are the various modes of recovery, sir, a proper officer can do. You would have known this, you would have heard this, whether you know to write this or not is the question that you have to practice. I am moving into the last question, the 5th question, 45th question. This question is a beautiful question, brilliant question. If you do this one question, advanced ruling comes to an end. Ranjan intended to start selling certain goods in Delhi. However, he is not able to determine the classification of goods. No problem, go and ask the advanced ruling. Proposed to be supplied by him as a classification of said goods have been contentious. Place of supply not possible. If he supplies said goods from Delhi to buyers in US, you can't ask place of supply to the advanced ruling. Ranjan's tax advisor has advised him to apply for advanced ruling in respect of these issues. ஐயோ place of supply போகவே முடியாது. He told Ranjan that advance ruling would bring him certainty and transparency in respect of said issues and would avoid litigation later. அதெல்லாம் கரெக்ட் தான். Ranjan agreed with his view but has some apprehensions. சில டவுட் இருக்காமா, அதுக்கும் மேல இருக்கிற டாக்ஸ் எக்ஸ்பர்ட்டான உங்ககிட்ட கேட்குறாங்க. In view of the information given above, you are required to advise Ranjan with respect to the following. Number 1, tax advisor asked Ranjan to get registered under GST law before applying for the advance ruling, as only a registered person can apply for the same. Whether Ranjan need to get registered? Registration எடுக்கணுமா வேணாமானே அங்க போய் கேட்கலாம். பின்ன ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் எடுத்தாதான் அங்க போக முடியும்னா? Can Ranjan seek advance ruling to determine classification of goods? Yes, sir. Place of supply? No, sir. Ranjan is apprehensive that if at all any ruling is permitted to be sought, he has to seek it every year. Whether Ranjan's apprehension is correct? Sir, one time. Change in law வந்தா மட்டும்தான் திருப்பி போக வேண்டிய அவசியம் இருக்கு. Tax advisor is of the view that order of authority for AAR is final and not appellable. AAR, appellate authority for advance ruling. Whether tax advisor's view is correct? No, sir. AAR உங்களுக்கு பிடிக்கலனா AAR கிட்ட போலாமே. Sambhav, Ranjan's friend, is a supplier registered in Delhi. He is engaged in supply of goods which Ranjan proposed to supply at the same commercial level that Ranjan proposed to adopt. He intended to apply the classification of goods as decided in the advance ruling order to be obtained by Ranjan to the goods supplied by him in Delhi. Whether Sambhav can do so? Only 3 people can apply the advance ruling. So, if you clearly revise our chart book, entire question is answerable. If you are having any defects there, I am reading the answer for you. Registration not mandatory for any rule. As per provisions of section 95 of the CGST Act, advance ruling under the GST can be sought by a registered person or a person desirous of obtaining registration under the NL law. Therefore, it is not mandatory for a person seeking advance ruling to be classification issue can be raised. Section 97 subsection 2 97(7) question of the CGST Act stipulate that questions or matters on which advance ruling can be sought. It provides that advance ruling can be sought for inter alia determining the classification of any goods or service or both. Therefore, Ranjan can seek the advance ruling for determining the classification of goods proposed to be ended by him. Place of supply issue cannot be raised. Determination of place of supply is not one of the specified question or matter on which advance ruling can be sought under 97 subsection 2. Further, 96 of the Act, CGST Act provides that AAR constituted under the provisions of SGST or UTGST Act shall be deemed to be an AAR in respect of that state or union territory and CGST Act also. Thus, AAR is constituted under the N state or union territory and not the N Act. This implies that ruling given by AAR will be applicable only with the jurisdiction of the concerned state or union territory. It is also for this reason that question on determination of place of supply cannot be raised with the architect. There is a logic. Hence, Ranjan cannot seek the advance ruling for determining the place of supply of goods proposed to be ended by him. Alternative view relating to place of supply issue, this has been given by Kerala High Court, but I am not NSR up to the mark of that decision. Kerala High Court has held that question relating to determination of liability to pay tax on goods or service as provided under 96 encompasses within its ambit the question relating to place of supply. Kerala High Court என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா, சார் உங்களுக்கு டாக்ஸ் லைபிலிட்டி கேட்டா சொல்லுவாங்க, சொல்லியிருக்காங்க இல்லையா? டாக்ஸ் லைபிலிட்டினா நேச்சர் ஆஃப் சப்ளை தெரியாம எப்படி டாக்ஸ் லைபிலிட்டி சொல்லுவீங்க? அப்ப அதுக்குள்ள யார் இருக்கா? டிஃபரெண்டா யோசிப்பாங்க எப்பவுமே. This is so because place of supply is one of the factor to determine as to whether the supply is leviable to CGST, SGST or advance ruling to be binding. Section 103 subsection 2 of the CGST Act stipulates that advance ruling shall be binding unless the law, facts or circumstance supporting the original advance ruling are changed. Therefore, once Ranjan has sought the inner ruling with respect to an eligible matter or question, it will be binding till the time the law, facts and circumstance supporting the original advance ruling remains. Appeal can be filed against such ruling. No tax advisor view is not correct. As per section 100 of the CGST Act, if the applicant is aggrieved with the finding of AAR, he can file an appeal with appellate authority for advance ruling. Similarly, if the concerned jurisdictional officer of CGST does not agree with the finding of AAR, he can also file an appeal with AAR. Such appeal must be filed within 30 days. From the receipt of advance ruling, the appellate authority may allow additional 30 days for filing the appeal if it is satisfied that there is sufficient cause for delay in presenting the appeal. Applicability only for applicant and not to the others. Section 103 of the CGST Act provides that advance ruling pronounced by AAR is binding only on the applicant who had sought it on the concerned officer or the jurisdictional officer in respect of the applicant. This implies that advance ruling is not applicable to similarly placed other than taxable person in the state. It is only limited to the person who has applied for advance ruling. The Sambhav will not be able to apply the classification of goods that will be decided in advance ruling ordered by Ranjan to the goods supplied by him in Delhi. So, out of our 50 question, we have done up to 45 out of 50. We are having 5 more. My dear lovable students, before you come to the next lecture, complete the next slot 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. Till, sir, you have to come to NSR 122. So 121 is the offenses and penalties what we are going. We'll be doing 5 questions from that area. Have a clear revision and come to the next one. Then you will be feeling so much comfortable. Sir, very happy morning to all. Sir, we are in the mission of completing 50 questions for CA final, which will be from section 54 to section 140. In that slot, we have completed 45 questions in the last slot. In this slot, I will be doing 5 questions which are important, very important for examination. Mr. X, an unregistered person under GST, purchases the goods supplied by Mr. Y, who is a registered person, without receiving a tax invoice from Mr. Y. Appo Mr. X is a person? Unregistered person. So X is a unregistered person. Under GST, purchases the goods supplied from Y, who is a person? A registered person, without receiving a tax invoice from Y. Since Mr. Y is a registered person, he has to issue tax invoice under section 31. Correct? Invoice illama supply pandrathu, supply illama invoice pandrathu, aduthavanoda GST number la. Sir, and thus help in tax evasion by Mr. Y. What disciplinary action may be taken by tax authority to curb such type of cases on whom is the question. அப்ப இங்க மிஸ்டர் எக்ஸும் தப்பு பண்ணியிருக்காரு, மிஸ்டர் ஒய்யும் தப்பு பண்ணியிருக்காரு. மிஸ்டர் எக்ஸ் என்ன தப்பு பண்ணியிருக்கா? எய்ட்ஸ் ஆர் அபெட்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காரு. Provisions of section 122 subsection 3 will be applicable. So both Mr. X and Mr. Y will be offender and will be liable to penalty as under. Mr. X, penalty under 122 subsection 3, which may extend to how much rupees? 25,000. Appo, the person who are helping to do 21 offenses will be liable to pay a penalty of 25,000, which is like general penalty of section 125. Mr. Y, penalty under section 122 subsection 1, which will be higher of the following, namely, either 10,000 or 100% of tax evaded. That means 10,000 or 100% of tax evaded, whichever is. So section 122 subsection 1 யார் தப்பு பண்ணுனாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு வர penalty. 122 subsection 3 யார் aids or abets help பண்றாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு வர penalty. With that we are through with question number 46. I'm moving into question number 47, second question out of 5 questions. Mangeshwar, registered under the CGST Act, had made a breach. According to me, this is a very important question because hit area for examination, breach. We know about minor breach, correct? Which is the amount 5,000. In that, lot of twist and turns are there in that 5,000. Mangeshwar, registered under CGST Act, has made a breach in payment of tax amounting to 6,100, which is more than 5,000. That means this is not a assessing authority has imposed a penalty as per the law applicable to the breach, invoking the provisions of section 126. Mangeshwar argues that this is a minor breach and therefore no penalty is impossible. Maybe Mangeshwar 126 section class எடுக்கும்போது லீவ் போட்டிருப்பாரு. ஏன்னா அவருக்கு என்ன breach என்னன்னு தெரியல. In another instance, Mangeshwar has omitted certain details in documentation that is not easily rectifiable. That not is very important. That is not easily rectifiable. This has occurred due to gross negligence of his accountant, and he makes a plea that he was unaware of it and therefore no penalty should be levied. ஒரு டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் மிஸ்டேக் பண்ணியிருக்காரு, அதான ஈஸியா ரெக்டிஃபை பண்ண முடியாது. அவர் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, அது ஏதோ அக்கௌண்ட் தெரியாம பண்ணிட்டார் சார், விட்டுருங்க சார், பெனால்டி எல்லாம் போடாதீங்க சார். Mangeshwar voluntarily writes accepting a major procedure lapse from his side and requests the officer to condone the lapse as the loss cost to revenue was not significant. மங்கேஸ்வர் என்ன சொல்றாரு, ஒரு லெட்டர் எழுதுறாரு, சார் இது அவ்வளோ பெரிய விஷயம் இல்லை இல்லை சார், என் பாட்டில் தப்பு வந்தது உண்மைதான் சார், உங்களுக்கு பெரிய ரெவன்யூ லாஸ் எல்லாம் வரல, அதனால பெனாலிட்டி லெவி பண்ணாதீங்க. Also a lapse on the part of Mangeshwar has no specific penalty provision under the CGST Act. அவர் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, இதுக்கெல்லாம் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக பெனால்ட்டி ப்ரொவிஷன் இல்லை சார், அதனால தயவு செஞ்சு என் மேலே பெனால்ட்டி லெவி பண்ணாமல் என்னை சும்மா விட்டுருங்க சார். He is very confident that no penalty should be levied without a specific provision under the Act. 125 பத்தி தெரியாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Mangeshwar discuss what action may be taken by AO under the law for each of the above breaches is what the question. This is a very important question according to me. As per the provisions of 126 subsection 1, no penalty shall be imposed by any officer under this Act for minor breaches of any regulation. குட்டி குட்டி விஷயங்களுக்கெல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணாதீங்க, பெனால்டி போடாது. ப்ரொசீஜரல் ரிக்வயர்மெண்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் தி லா, ஏதோ ஒரு பில் மிஸ் ஆகுது, ஒரு டெபிட் நோட் மிஸ் ஆகுது, ஏதோ சின்ன ப்ரொசீஜர் லாப்ஸ், இல்லைன்னா நான் டாக்ஸ் இன்வாய்ஸ் ரேஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், அதுக்கு மேலே சார் என்னன்னா என்னோட அட்ரஸ் ஃபுல்லாக கொடுக்கல, ஃபோன் நம்பர் தரல, ஜிமெயில் ஐடி தரல, இதுக்கெல்லாம் போய் என்ன போடாதீங்கன்னா பெனால்டி தர. ஆர் எனி ஒமிஷன் ஆர் மிஸ்டேக் in documentation which is easily rectifiable. இங்க அது கிடையாது, கரெக்டா? As per explanation to 126 subsection 1, a breach shall be considered as a breach if the amount of tax involved is less than, and omission or mistake in documentation shall be considered to be easily rectifiable if the same is an error apparent from the face of the record. That means a mistake apparent from record இருந்தா அது என்ன breach? Minor breach. இங்க mistake னு சொல்றதுக்கு பதிலா error னு சொல்லுவோம். Error apparent from record இருந்தா minor breach. அப்ப 5,000 கீழ இருந்தா minor breach. Error apparent from record இருந்தா, since the Mangeshwar has made a breach in payment of tax amounting to rupees, such breach cannot be considered as a breach, because as per section 126 subsection 1, only a breach where the tax effect is less than Similarly, as Mangeshwar has omitted certain details in documentation that is not easily rectifiable, same cannot be said to be omission or mistake in documentation which is easily. Now coming to the second slot, as per section N25. Any person who contravenes any of the provisions of this act or any rules made thereunder, for which no penalty is separately provided in this act, shall be liable to a penalty which may extend to 25,000. Thus, Mangeshwar can be liable to a penalty of 25,000. As per section 126 subsection 5. 126 is what? General discipline for levying penalty. When a person voluntarily discloses to officer under this act the circumstance of breach of tax law, regulation or procedural requirement prior to the discovery of breach by officer under this act, ஒரு ஆபீசர் அந்த தப்ப கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி யாரே கண்டுபிடிக்கிறா, யாரே சொல்றா, SSCA சொல்றாங்க, then the PO may consider this fact as a mitigating factor. This is a keyword, mitigating factor, when quantifying a penalty for that person. Since Mangeshwar has voluntarily accepted a major procedural lapse from his side and requested the officer to condone the lapse as the loss cost to the revenue was not significant, PO can reduce the penalty leviable on Mangeshwar. Mangeshwar ku mela pota penalty enna sir kammi pannikkalam. That means this question mainly talking reference to 126 subsection 1, explanation to 126 subsection 1, then section 125, section 125 subsection 5. These are the 126 subsection 5. These are the sexual reference for this question. This many sections are covering in question number 47, and I am moving into question number 48. Shall I? Which is the third question out of 5 questions, and this is a May 2018 question. It's a brilliant question, amendment question. Section 129 will be tested in examination. From the following details, calculate the amount to be paid for release of goods detained or seized under section 129 of the ANM CGST. If the owner of goods does not come forward for payment of applicable NNN. So owner come forward avala. Owner come forward avalena. Sir, you have to check whether the goods are dash goods or dash goods. Taxable goods or exempted goods. Enna goods are irunda? How much? 50% of the value of goods or 200% of tax payable, whichever is high. This 200% of tax payable is an amendment. It's a recent amendment which has been brought in the GST Act. That's why that has been tested. So May 2018, when the question has been asked, this amendment is not there. After that only they have amended, not our examination, before our examination. So this will be tested. This will be tested. So value of goods, how much man? 30 lakh. Applicable GST on goods, how much? 5,40,000. Calculator. Sir, 5,40,000 divided by 30 lakhs into 100 means 18% is the GST rate. Clear? Because GST payable is 5,40,000 divided by 30 lakhs into 100 comes to 18%. So the rate of GST for this goods is, that's why applicable GST. Adile 100% tax evade பண்ணனும் என்ன இல்ல அவசியம். வேல்யூவை கம்மி பண்ணி GST கம்மி பண்ணிட்டு அவங்க என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா 3,60,000 ஆல்ரெடி என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க? பே பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அப்ப 5,40,000 ல 3,60,000 பே பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா ஷார்ட் பேமெண்ட் இருக்கு இல்லையா? Okay man. There is second part of the question. Would your answer be different if the goods were என்ன from GST? கண்டிப்பா. கண்டிப்பா. Then and the value remains the same, namely how much lakh? 30 lakhs. அப்ப சொல்லு, you have to recall the provision here clearly. There are two situations are there as per section 129. Owner comes forward, owner does not comes forward. This is a question from owner does not comes forward. That is again classified into two category: taxable goods, exempted goods. Taxable goods, the 129 penalty is either 50% of the value of the goods or 200% of the tax payable, whichever is higher. Correct? This is only a part of penalty under the CGST Act. That's why 50% of the value of the goods. The another more 50% will be levied under the SGST Act. So 50% of value of goods plus 50% value of goods, 100% value of the goods will be the total penalty under both the Act. Yes or no? Or sir, 200% of tax payable, 200% of tax payable, don't make it as 400%. Yes or no? On the total tax payable, 200% potale, you will get the same amount. Sir, if in case of exempted goods, what is the provision? What is the penalty? 5% of the value of the goods or 25,000, whichever. That means, sir, there also they are levying 5%. So 5% of the value of the goods or 5% of the value of the goods put together 10% of the value of the goods. Maximum they are charging. Or 25,000, whichever is lower or higher? Lower. Because since it is exempted goods, it is only a procedural lapse. It should not exceed 125. It should not exceed. 125 procedural lapses, 125 general penalty is only 25,000. Correct? Adanalda whichever is lower, are you really with me? I am coming to the answer. Where the owner does not comes forward for payment of such tax and penalty, the tax shall be released. The goods shall be released on payment of penalty equal to 50% on the end of the goods value of the goods or 200% of value of tax payable on such goods, whichever is. But taxable goods are the government are strict. They are saying that either 50% of the value of the goods or 200% of the tax payable, whichever is. That means, sir, what is the value of the goods? 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs out of 50%? 15 lakhs. Or what is the total tax payable given? 5,40,000 into 200% comes to 10,80,000. Correct? Whichever is higher comes to 1 lakh. Because 15 lakhs or 10,80,000, whichever is higher, 15 lakhs is the amount of penalty under section 129. Coming to the next one, in case of any goods, exempted goods. In case of, sir, what is the provision? 5% of the value of the goods or 25,000, whichever is lower. So 30 lakhs into 5% comes to 1,50,000 or 25,000, whichever is lower means 25,000. So this is a clear understanding of section 129. Okay? I am consolidating once again for your benefit. Section 129 classified into two category. Owner comes forward, owner does not comes forward. Owner does not comes forward, again classified into two category. Taxable goods, exempted goods. Taxable goods, the amount of penalty is 50% of the value of the goods or 200% of tax payable, whichever is higher. With regard to exempted goods, 5% of the value of the goods or 25,000, whichever is lower. There it is higher, here it is lower. I am continuing with question number 49, which is the fourth question out of fifth question. And this is a past examination question, May 2018. Examine the implication as regards the liability and quantum of punishment on prosecution in respect of following cases pertaining to period December 21 under the CGST Act. X collect 245 lakhs as tax. Opa, 245 lakhs tax collect claim and deposit 241 lakhs with the central government. அப்ப 245 lakhs கலெக்ட் பண்ணி 241 lakhs கட்டி இருக்காருனா 4 lakhs அடிச்சிருக்காருன்னு மீனிங். ஷார்ட் பெய்டுன்னு மீனிங். கரெக்டா? ஓகே. டாக்ஸ் இவேஷன். It is found that he has falsified financial records and has not maintained any records, proper records. அந்த 4 லட்சம் ரூபாய் அடிக்கிறதுக்கு என்ன சார் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் ஃபால்சிஃபை பண்ணியிருக்காரு. ரெண்டாவது ஆள் Y collects 550 lakhs as tax from its clients but deposit only 30 lakhs with the central government. Yயோட கருத்து என்னன்னா சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் கிட்ட இல்லாத காசா. அப்போ 550 lakhs என்ன பண்ணிட்டு கலெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு 30 lakhs கட்டி இருக்காரு. அப்படினா 520 lakhs is the tax evasion. மேல tax evasion 4 lakhs. கீழ tax evasion. What will be the implication with regard to punishment on prosecution of yaru and yaru for the offenses? What would be the position if X and Y dash the offense? If repeat the offense, 132 subsection 2 will be applicable without limit. We discussed. It may be assumed that offenses are proved in the court. Court also decided that திருட்டு பையன் தான். ஒத்துக்கிறியா? So number 1, first one, failure to pay any amount collected and tax beyond எத்தனை மாசம்? 3 months. 3 மாசம் தான் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா வெயிட் பண்ணுவாங்க. டைம் அலோட். 4 lakhs not punishable since punishable only if the tax evaded exceeded 10 lakh. ஒரு கோடி அப்பு. ஒரு கோடி வரைக்கும் என்ன சார் ஏமாத்துற வரைக்கும் இம்ப்ரிசன்மென்ட் கிடையாது. கரெக்டா? பெனால்டி இருக்கு. எஸ் ஆனோவா சார்? 73 74 ப்ரொசீடிங்ஸ் இருக்கு. பெனால்டி இருக்கு. 69 அரெஸ்ட் இருக்கா? இல்ல சார். 69 அரெஸ்ட் வரணும்னா ஒரு கெத்து வேணும். 2 கோடிக்கு மேல திருடுனாதான் 69 அரெஸ்ட். கரெக்டா சார்? இதுக்கு வந்து என்ன கிடையாதுன்னா இம்ப்ரிசன்மென்ட் கிடையாது. ஃபால்சிஃபையிங் என்ன ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் மேன்? ஃபினான்ஷியல் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ். தப்பு. எஸ் ஆனோவா? imprisonment up to எத்தனை month? or with fine or both. minimum imprisonment எத்தனை மாசம்? சார் subsequent offense இருந்தா imprisonment up to எத்தனை year? and with fine minimum imprisonment. அப்போ minimum 6 மாசம், maximum 5 years. சார் this is bailable and non cognizable offense. ஏன்னா சார் below 5 crores, below 5 crore 5 கோடி கீழேனா bailable and I'm moving to the second one. Failure to pay any amount collected as tax beyond எத்தனை மாசம்? அது எவ்வளவு lakhs பாரு. imprisonment up to how many years? Because 132 subsection 1 class 1 will be applicable. 5 years. And with fine minimum imprisonment of 6 months. எல்லா கேஸ்லயுமே minimum imprisonment 6 months இருக்கு. கரெக்ட்டா? imprisonment up to எத்தனை year? 5 year along with the fine minimum imprisonment of 6 months. This is dash bailable and cognizable offense. So this question is actually make us recall the entire provisions. Yes or no? So first என்ன சார் பர்சன் என்ன பண்ணிருக்காருன்னா எவ்வளவு டாக்ஸ் இவேட் பண்ணிருக்காரு? 4 lakh. 4 lakhs என்ன இவேட் பண்ணி? டாக்ஸ் இவேட் பண்ணி கட்டலைனா என்ன கிடையாது? ப்ராசிக்யூஷன் கிடையாது. கரெக்ட்டா? ஆனா அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணேனா ஃபால்சிஃபை பண்ணேனா இம்ப்ரிசன்மென்ட் இருக்கு. மினிமம் பீரியட் ஆஃப் or with both. Either 6 months imprisonment இல்லேனா fine or both. minimum imprisonment 6 months. இதே என்ன offense இருந்தா subsequent offense இருந்தா 132 subsection 2 will be applicable. minimum imprisonment of 6 months, maximum imprisonment of 5 years. Both are bailable at, because in order to be non bailable and cognizable, the tax evasion should be more than 5 crores. இங்க total 4 lakhs தான் இருக்கு. ஆனா ரெண்டாவது பர்சனோட கேஸ்ல என்ன it is how much lakh? 520 lakh, which is more than 5 crores. It is a non bailable and cognizable offense. If whether it is a first time or a repeated, minimum 6 months, to maximum 5 years will be applicable. Clarity? I'm moving into the last question, which is the 50th question out of 50th question. Right. This is a November 2018 question from compounding of offences. Sir, department initiated any proceedings against a taxable person who had evaded GST of ethanol crore, 4.2 crores. You tell me whether this is cognizable or non-cognizable. Non-cognizable because less than. This is a bailable offence. He has approached the commissioner with a request for dash the offence. Compounding the offence. We have discussed about this compounding of offence section 138. Yes, sir. After considering the request, commissioner has directed him to pay an amount of ethanol crore, 2.5 crore as an amount, compounding amount. Commissioner என்ன சொன்னார்னா 4.2 crores நீ கட்ட வேண்டாம், எவ்வளவு கட்டு? 2.5 crores கட்டு. Integrate the minimum and maximum limit for compounding amount. That will be the question. We already discussed the limit. I will explain once again. Is the amount fixed by commissioner in this case within the limit prescribed under the law? Commissioner சொன்னது law குள்ள இருக்கா? What is the consequence of decision of commissioner allowing the request for another offense, compounding the offense? Listen carefully once again to recall. Okay, wow. Any offense under this act may either before or after the institution of prosecution be compounded by commissioner on payment by person accused of the offense to the central government or state government as the case may be of such compounding amount in such manner as may be prescribed. அதாவது உனக்கு வந்து என்னன்னா உனக்கு prosecution proceedings initiate பண்ணிட்டாங்க, ஜெயில போட போறாங்கன்னா உனக்கு ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கு. நீ வந்து கமிஷனர் கிட்ட போய் அழுதேனா அதை காம்பவுண்ட் பண்ணி கொடுப்பாங்க. அந்த காம்பவுண்டிங் ஃபீஸ் நீ கட்டியாச்சுன்னா ஜெயில போக வேண்டிய. Compounding shall be allowed only after making payment of tax, interest, penalty involving such offenses. அதாவது நீ காம்பவுண்டிங்க்கு கமிஷனர் முன்னாடி வர்றதா இருந்தா டிப்ஸை கட்டிட்டு வேணும் வர்றதுக்கு. அதாவது டிப்ஸ்ல எல்லாம் என்ன கிடையாது, காம்பவுண்டிங் கிடையாது. கட்ட வேண்டிய டாக்ஸை ஃபுல்லா கட்டி தான் ஆகணும், கட்ட வேண்டிய இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஃபுல்லா கட்டி தான் ஆகணும், கட்ட வேண்டிய பெனாலிட்டியை ஃபுல்லா கட்டி தான் ஆகணும். ஒத்துக்கிறே இல்லையா? ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், இஃப் sir someone is evading the tax more than 5 crore or less than 5 crore, for example 10 crore, and sir commissioner or the adjudication authority saying that you go and be inside the imprisonment for a 5 years, life போயிடும். இப்போ என்னோட வாழ்க்கைங்கிறது அடுத்த 5 வருஷம் தான். அடுத்த 5 வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் என்னால் டீச்சிங் ஃபீல்ட்லேயே இருக்க முடியாது. என்னால் இந்த அளவுக்கு என்ன பண்ண முடியாதுன்னா சார் எனர்ஜெட்டிக்காக கிளாஸ் எடுக்க முடியாது. புது ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி, புது சேஞ்சு எல்லாமே வந்திருப்பாங்க. இப்போ 20 வருஷம் இல்ல 10 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் இப்போ இருக்காங்களான்னு கேட்டா இல்ல. அது ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் டைம் தான். இப்போ மகேந்திர சிங் தோனி இன்னைக்கு இருக்காங்களான்னு கேட்டா இல்ல. அது ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் டைம் தான். இருந்திருந்தா இன்னைக்கு இந்தியா பாகிஸ்தான் மேட்ச் நல்லா இருந்திருக்கும். அது ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் டைம் தான். கரெக்டா இல்லையா? சோ ஒரு பிசினஸ் மேன் என்ன திங்க் பண்றாருன்னா இந்த சுறுசுறுப்பான ஏஜ்ல நீங்க என்ன பிடிச்சி எங்க போட்டீங்கன்னா ஜெயில போட்டீங்கன்னா என்னோட வாழ்க்கையே நாசமா போயிடும். அதுக்கப்புறம் என்னால் ஒரு கம்பேக் பிசினஸ்ல கொடுக்க முடியாது. அதனால நான் பண்ணது தப்பு தான். தப்பே பண்ணாம இருக்க முடியாது. தப்பு பண்றவன் தான் மனுஷன். ஹலோ சார், தப்பு பண்ணி திருந்தி வாழ ஒரு வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு கொடுங்க. அதனால கமிஷனர் நீங்க எனக்கு காம்பவுண்ட் பண்ணி கொடுங்க. நீங்க கேட்கிற காசை நான் கட்டிடுறேன். ஏன்னா எனக்கு என் வாழ்க்கை வேணும், உங்களுக்கு காசு வேணும். ரைட்டா? தட் இஸ் என்ன சார்? compounding of offenses. The minimum limit for compounding amount is to be higher of the following. நான் என்ன கேட்கிறேன்னா எதுக்கு காம்பவுண்டிங்ல லோவர் தரணும்? காம்பவுண்டிங்க்கு லோவர் தர வேண்டிய காம்பவுண்டிங் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் சாவுடா கான்செப்ட் தான். அதாவது ஹையர் அமௌண்ட் கட்டு, 50% ஆஃப் தி என்ன இன்வால்வ். ஏன்னா சிஜிஎஸ்டில ஒரு 50% கட்டுவேன், எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டில ஒரு 50% கட்டுவேன், 100% ஆஃப் த டாக்ஸ் இன்வால்வ். 5 கோடி ஏமாத்தி இருக்கியா, 5 கோடி காம்பவுண்டிங் ஃபீஸா கட்டு. ஆர் 10,000 whichever is higher. ஒத்துக்கிறீங்க? That means பேசிக்கா 100% ஆஃப் தி டாக்ஸ் ஆர் 10,000 whichever is higher. இதான் எங்களுக்கு மினிமம். இது இல்லாம நாங்க கமிஷனர் முன்னாடி வந்து கதவை தட்டாத. Maximum, which is 3 times. Okay va? The upper limit for compounding is higher of the amount, 150% of the என்ன involved. 50 into 3 போட்டா 150 வருதா? வருது. Or 10,000 ஓட 3 times போட்டேனா 30,000 வருது. This in this case compounding amount can be ranged from எவ்வளவு rupees tax போட்டிருக்காங்க 4.2 crores அதோட 50% comes to 2.1 crores or 10,000 whichever is higher போட்டா 2. நம்ம இந்த ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பிரைசிங்ல ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பிரைசிங் ரேஞ்ச் போடுவோம் இல்லையா, அதே மாதிரி இங்கே ரேஞ்ச் போடணும். நீ சார் காம்பவுண்டிங் 2.1 crore இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். அவர் எவ்வளவு சொல்லியிருக்காரு? 5. தலைவர் பார்த்து தான் சொல்லியிருக்காரு. ஆர் 150% ஆஃப் என்ன பேயபிள் tax payable அப்படினா 4.2 into 150% comes to 6.3 or 30,000 whichever is higher na 6.3 crores. சார் அப்ப 2.1 ல இருந்து 6.3 crores வரைக்கும் கமிஷனரோட டிஸ்கிரிஷன் அவர் டிசைட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். So thus in this case compounding amount can range from 50% of 4.2 crores, that is 2.1 crores to 150% of 2.4 crores and 6.3 crores. This 2.5 crore compounding amount is within the permissible limit. On payment of such an amount as may be determined by yare, no further proceeding shall be initiated under this act against the any person accused person. இனிமே ஒரு அக்யூஸ்டே கிடையாது. ஏன்னா அவர் என்ன பண்ணிட்டார்? அது வரைக்கும் அவரு யாரா இருந்தார்? அக்யூஸ்டா இருந்தார். யாரா வேணா இருக்கலாம். கரெக்டா? In respect of same offense and any criminal proceedings if already initiated in respect of said offense shall stand abated. ஜாலியா போய்க்கலாம், வீட்டுக்கு போய்க்கலாம். இத்தனை நாள் நீ என்ன பண்ணையோ அதையே கண்டினியூ பண்ணிக்கலாம். நான் சொல்றது பிசினஸ். ஹலோ சார், this is what section 138 sir compounding of offenses, my dear lovable students.